Um, he was trying to do like a Jerry Springer thing when Jerry Springer gave his final thoughts. And I don't think anybody ever like I think a lot of us stayed for the Jerry Springer final thoughts, but who the hell waited around for a Math Hoffa final thoughts? All right. So anyway, let's go ahead and listen to this guy. Yeah, I never liked that. My ex, like, there's nothing about you that's an expert.
Been undercover. She could tongue.
Let me not play this garbage music if I get flagged. Okay, so let me see. Where did he start?
But I'm gonna break down to y'all a situation that I've been dealing with. I've been dealing with this for a little while, and now it's gotten to the point where we don't know what's going to happen with the shop. Just keeping it 100. Just keeping it 100. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the math not mathing. The math not mathing, son. The math not mathing. But you know, all of this stuff, like,
yeah, the shades. His eyes is probably like, I'm guessing, like at the shades. Either he was crying, which is not funny, or this dude got that white powder high. This dude got that white powder high. All right. But I will say, like, New Yorkers, they do dress like. So let's listen to that. So Adam 22 apparently broke the news that No Jumper is going broke. Not that he's going broke, just to show. Like, they don't have the capital to pay people or keep the show running, pay for equipment, pay for whatever they do, studio time.
I know that might sound crazy. Between both of our YouTube channels last month, we got over.
Yeah, we on Boss Talk TV.
No Jumper is going broke. I know that might sound crazy. Between both of our YouTube channels last month, we got over 25 million views. We're doing well on Facebook and Snapchat. We employ quite a few of the hottest content creators on the West Coast, and we pump out an insane amount of content on a weekly basis. How could we be going broke?
So y'all can see this is the shop.
Okay, so this is the picture, right? So you see Matt Hoffa is in the shop with the flashlight. You're right.
Been here in a while because we've been going through some things with the landlord. You can see the lights don't work. They cut the power on us.
Do it again.
They cut the power on us. None of the lights work. They cut the power, right?
Now this bathroom is janky, right? Look at this.
Bathroom.
Okay.
Well, water still going. At least the water's still going.
I don't know, why would he think the water be off? Like, yo, that's New York. That's New Jersey. We have gas. Out here in the South, everything is electrical, even the water. So if your lights off, your water's off too. You can't even poop. But up north in Jersey, we operate on gas. You know, we got electricity and we got gas. So you could, anyway, like, so your water bill has nothing to do with your electricity in Jersey. So you can like be in the dark and have candles up. Like, I'll always do this. You know, it's a bad storm. We can use the stove still because it's gas, and we can use the bathroom. We can take a shower. We can do everything, just no lights. But in the South, in some places like where I'm at, no, you don't pay your light bill. You ain't taking a shower. You ain't washing a dish, and you ain't using the bathroom, and you don't have lights. So it's kind of crazy like that. So so you definitely ain't gonna be without power. You know, negligently out here.
Spoke on this on the stream yesterday.
So that's just showing you what we're going to be looking at. Right. So I had some of this. This would probably be tomorrow. I got some Terrence Howard and this weird guy acting like the geniuses. God, the cosplaying is ridiculous. You know, this old press is making us crazy. What's the Ecclesiastes 7:7? Oh my God. All right. So let's get back to why he ain't got any lights. and why the show is ending.
I keep it 100 with y'all, man. I keep it 100 with y'all. You know, I've talked about working like regular jobs and shit like that, but none of them shits ever lasted like a real long time. For the most part, the money that I made in the streets, or I made from battle rap, which was kind of like making it in the streets. You know what I'm saying? It took me a while before I figured out, okay, I got to do this, I got to do that, I got to do that. It was just, you know, getting the cash and busting moves. That was what I knew. You know what I mean? I didn't grow up in a household where, you know, my father was around to break down certain things. My mom's knew stuff. You know, my mom started to learn shit eventually, but it wasn't like it wasn't being shared. We weren't like, she wasn't like, yo, sit down, I learned about this today or whatever. So when the show became super successful, it was like a block clicking for me. You know what I mean? It was like a block clicking for me. And a lot of the deals and the situations that I got involved in weren't sound paperwork wise. Paperwork wise, it wasn't sound. It was more of like, you know, I trust you, we're gonna do this. I trust you, we're gonna.
Okay. So that part right there, when he said paperwork wise, it wasn't sound. Now, I'm looking at it, I don't know how he looks at it, but we're looking at like, yo, you're Math Hoffa. Like, you got a successful show, million views, you're getting all these attention. You know what I mean? You get all these celebrities on your show, all these guests. You got the locks on there. You know what I mean? You got Fat Joe, you got all these people in your show. Okay. I don't know how you don't understand the importance of contracts. So when he's telling this story and he's saying he is paying somebody else who did the contracts, but the person is not part of his business or organization. This is just somebody he knows who has a connection to a barbershop. And so this is basically, yeah, so the person is not part of the show at all. So this is just somebody you know who already has something and that they're running and they're gonna, and he calls it a sublease to him, but that's still fake because a sublease, like you got stuff still in your name. I subleased before. So you still got stuff in your name. Like you still sign a contract that the contract is to say, I'm subleasing. So even though you own it, I control it right now. Like this contract is giving me not ownership, but it's giving me control over it. Okay, so I get to control this. Even though you own it, you don't have any say-so or control over it for now, for this duration of time. So he's saying the word subleasing, but he's not doing that because he's not on any paperwork. Now, we didn't know that. And guess what? To be honest, we should not have known that. This is not something you disclose to the public because it's showing us how dumb you are. So you got this successful show, but that lets you know right then and there that he didn't believe the show would blow up. So he was on some janky shit from the door and he believed that, he didn't have faith in himself. Because I'm telling you, people who really believe in themselves, the small stuff we see ourselves being millionaires. You know what I mean? That's just what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to start something small, but dream big. Like, okay, I plan on getting this over here. So I'm going to make sure everything is sound. I'm not going to trust people because it's small now and it's all good. But once I blow up, they're going to want more. Clearly. Let's be clear here. So when he sat there and said the paperwork wasn't done, we're like, yo, dude, what the F you're talking about? Listen one more time.
Sound paper in the situation. It was like a block clicking for me. And a lot of the deals and the situations that I got involved in weren't sound paperwork wise. Paperwork wise, it wasn't sound. It was more of like, I trust you, we're gonna do this. I trust you, we're gonna do this. You know what I'm saying?
So brother, there's no paperwork then. So saying paperwork isn't right, that's like you signing illegitimate documents that can't be held up in court. You dig? That's not good paperwork. That's not good. But you didn't sign anything. So it's not even good paperwork. I just trusted people to have good faith and stand by me, whatever. But don't say the word paperwork because you didn't deal with that. You trusted somebody to do something for you. And as he got bigger, right? So when he started small, and as the show grew and gained so much national attention and even possibly international attention, but when it gained national attention, all these awards and people coming through, that was the time to realize your paperwork isn't good and let me relocate. Okay, let me try to talk to this. First of all, you don't want to talk to your person just yet, because if they flip on you, you're still asked out, right? If you try to see, the thing they got over you is that you don't have paperwork. And the minute you try to like talk your talk, they could just shut you down, kick you out, and now you are where you are right now. So what I would have done was shopped around first. You dig? Basically secure the spot, or damn it, almost secure a spot where I got some leverage, or I got somewhere to go. So then I go back to the person I did this no paperwork with and try to beat on the paperwork. And then if that person says no because they want to hold that over me, I'm like, okay, all right, no problem, cool. And I'll just act like it's all good, and then I'll make that other move to that other shop. Real simple. To me, real simple.
Saying
Nah,
not really
don't.
forming contracts and all that. Like even the guys that not really forming contracts, dude, we're gonna do this. I trust you. It wasn't sound. It was more of like, I trust you. We're gonna do this. I trust you. We're gonna do this. You know what I'm saying? Not really forming contracts and all that. Like even the guys you know, that I fired or whatever, and they go around complaining like little bitches and all that shit. But at the end of the
Exactly what you're doing right now. So the guys he's talking about complaining like little biatches. Isn't that what he's doing right now? Isn't he complaining about no paperwork? But I bet you this. I bet you everybody he's so-called fired, I bet you they all like, oh, like they get it now. I bet you they all get that. Oh, that's why I couldn't do this. So these people he fired, they were trying to get paperwork done with Matt. And Matt wouldn't give him paperwork because he's too, in my opinion, in my expert opinion, I'm joking, but in my humble opinion, he was too stupid to understand paperwork. Okay? He's that person, he's that student, right, that was in a small class because he's supposed to be there because he doesn't learn well with large classes, right? He needs attention to learn, which is nothing wrong with that. He was that student. His mom talked to Umar Johnson, and he made her believe that her kid is being railroaded. He needs to be back into regular ed. And he took himself to regular ed, cosplaying like a regular ed kid, and didn't get anything, and was too embarrassed to raise his hand for extra help, and just became who he is now. Okay, a guy who can't do paperwork. So I think the guys who left his show are like, oh, that's why he couldn't get his own paperwork, because he wasn't on paperwork. Because they were trying to get like more security. You know what I mean? They were trying to be secure. Okay, I'm giving up what I got going on to be part of this show. Okay, I want to have, again, everybody likes security. Okay, let me be in a position where he just can't let me go. If I'm putting most of my eggs in his basket, hey man, let's sign something so you say gonna get mad at me one day and let me go. Because people realize he's a highly emotional guy. He reacts off emotions and not sound judgment. That's why a lot of his fights during rap battles were emotional 1 second decisions. He felt a certain way, he got emotional, and hit somebody off guard. Every last fight he got into, they were all off guard hits. He didn't square with anybody because he makes important decisions in a split second. He don't take his time before he makes those decisions. If I sound too far away, that's because I am. So give me a second. I got the wrong iPad in my hand. I just noticed. Yeah, what is up with these damn cartoons? This rainbow flag all over them, man. All these cartoons with these rainbow flags, this shit like pissing me off. All right. Yeah, Dubs. Hey, Dubs. So Dubs. So I'm getting to that. I'm getting to the eviction, right? So he's not officially evicted because an eviction takes a process. You gotta go to court. You gotta do that. It takes a while to be evicted. As long as you don't do anything, you don't damage the property or be violent, where it can't get you out in an emergency eviction. But it's going to take some time. It could be 60 days, 30 days. It could be 3 months, 6 months. It depends. But he's doing commercial property, so maybe it's faster. I know residential, man, you could be in that crib for 6 months before they get you out. You dig? So yeah, so he is on course of being totally evicted. So you'll see. You can make your own assessment when I play the testimony.
Today, even the W9s and all that shit, like they stuck me with that. You know what I'm saying? All the bread that I was paying them, they stuck me with that. These motherfuckers ain't going, that they ain't telling you that they got paid. You think they telling the government? You think what I'm saying?
No.
So there's a lot of things that I had to learn in this process, just learning and learning and learning and learning. And this is another thing that I had to learn. This is another thing that I had to learn, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why you can't go around calling yourself an expert, my boy. That's why it starts with home. It starts with yourself. Like, you got to be humble. Like, you got to be humble when you don't have the credentials. And not just really humble. I hate that word, but you have to just know what you're not. Okay? You don't have an expert opinion because you're not an expert at anything. If anything, you're an expert at failing. Failed battle rapper, failed this, failed hustler. Because he said he was in the streets, so you're a failed hustler. You're a battle rapper. You're a failed battle rapper. You try to go into being a real rapper. You failed at that, and now you got a podcast that has some success, and now you're failing at that. So you're an expert at failing. Like you can give us advice on if we're failing. Like, so if we got this idea, this grand idea, and we want to know where we're at, we can talk to you. You can let us know, hey, no, you're failing. Based upon the things that you're experiencing, you're failing. Like that part you can be an expert at. But this whole, I'm an expert, and here's my opinion, like, dude. And then we're finding out how dumb you are as far as business. This is just wild.
Fuck it. Let's just get to the video.
We back. This is a MEO exclusive.
And don't forget MEO. MEO exclusive. MEO is an acronym for my expert opinion. Now I didn't know this because I'm not like a math Hoffa fan like that, but I realized this like maybe yesterday what MEO stood for. Math, or it could stand for math eviction on site. It did. That's what MEO could stand for. It's either my expert opinion or math eviction on site. It did, or outcome, math eviction outcome. But I'm telling you, listen, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want to do. You don't want to. You could tell you here again. Like, I'm not being comical right now. I'm not even getting on them. I'm giving you my real opinion. my real humble opinion. I'm not getting on a guy. He's human. He's going through something. I actually feel bad for him because I feel like he's been taken advantage of by people. Okay, it's one thing if he knows better and he got taken advantage of that I might clown, but I really don't believe he knew any better and people took advantage of him. Because I know friends like that that's in this position. That's not like the brightest, but they think they are, and they get taken advantage of. So I don't. That's not cool. But I can tell that he doesn't have lawyers and he doesn't have publicists, people he really meet in his circle. The people who he had around him that he let go, those people I believe would have got him straight because they were actually in the industry, but I don't believe they knew this stuff right here. I don't believe they knew that he didn't have any paperwork. I think they would set him straight once he said that crazy shit to them. But when people like him that thinks, see what happens, it's an ego thing. I'm not gonna let you guys know I'm weak and vulnerable and don't know something because then I think my insecurity is gonna make me believe you won't respect me anymore. So I'm gonna act like I got it all together when I don't, and you could have helped me early on, but that's what happened. So the earlier crew would have set them straight. The earlier crew would have said, "Oh hell no!" Look, I'm telling you, the other crew, they are more in the business side of things. Like their stuff is straight. They ain't got to worry about this. They like because they all got their own channels, and they ain't got to worry about that. Like these folks are doing well. All right, so they would have had them straight. I really believe that he did not let them know because he wanted to pretend and cosplay that he got it. I got it. They're trying to give him advice, and he's sitting there saying, I got it. He's one of those guys. Yeah, so you understand? Yeah, I understand when he doesn't understand. See, I don't do that. I'm like, yo, the watcher, wait, when you say that, bro, say that again. Like make that make sense for me, because I'm not gonna pretend I'm this damn professor that I just know everything. Nah, bro. Run that back turbo. Because once I get it, I got it. I don't care how I got it. I got it now. We're equals on this now. We weren't prior, but now we are. So what I'm saying is a publicist or somebody in this corner would have been like, yo, don't make those videos. They're not going to make you look good. They're going to make you look incompetent and like a fool, like right now. So he's out there with a flashlight in his hand in a car. And I'm gonna tell you what I think. I'm gonna tell you right now what I believe. From watching this entire thing and watching his friends speak about him, this is what I believe. I believe that he made some dough from the shows and all his endeavors. I believe he made some money. I believe he spent the money recklessly, like most people do. Most people do when they come across large amounts of cash, and he didn't factor in the tax thing. Okay, so this is what I think happened. I think he spent a lot of money, and I believe he has or had some money in his account. I'm gonna give him like 1.5. I believe across all these years he spent a lot of money, and he had 1.5 in his account right now. I don't know this to be true. I'm just giving you what I think is happening. I think he got about 1.5, or maybe less, maybe 250,000. Right? Let's go with that. Let's go with he got $250,000 in his account right now. I believe he bought a house but he bought a car. He got some possessions, some liabilities. If you bought a house, one asset, and I don't believe he factored in taxes. So I believe that he got that damn mail that said IRS, and he opened it up, and I believe whatever he got in his account, he owed more than that. So let's say he got 1.5. I believe he got that mail, the IRS mail saying he owed 2.5. If he got 250,000 in the account, I believe he got that mail and he owed $350,000. I don't believe he did his taxes right based upon what I watched of this guy and heard his story and his friend's story. Now, they never said this, so I'm like filling the blanks. I believe he owe hella taxes. And that's why he ain't got a lawyer. Well, that's why he never had a lawyer. Like he never seen the importance of a lawyer and these real experts around him because he's the expert in the room. So I believe that that's his real issue that he's not saying. I believe he's being audited. He owed money, and it might even be the same amount. Let's say he has $250,000 liquid. I'm gonna say he owed 200,000. I'm gonna say whatever he owes is pretty much gonna wipe him to zero. And he has no, and this is his issue now. If he was to, make that balance zero, he's at zero now. I don't believe he has any idea, anything going on that can get him back that money in 1 year. So whatever he owes, in my mind, whatever he owes, if he paid off and break even, I believe that's going to wipe him clean. And I believe he don't have any ideas how to, whatever he can do to make fast money back. Because he's never really been like a hustler like that. He's never been like a Damon Dash type of guy. So I don't believe there's nothing he can do. He burned bridges, he beefed with everybody. So I think he just in that position. That's just my opinion. But we'll see soon. Okay? That's just what I think. Because none of this shit makes sense to me. So in my mind, when things doesn't make sense, I got to make it make sense. So what made sense to me is that he owes the IRS some hella bread, and it's going to wipe him clean.
Exclusive.
I was inspired to do this. Shout out to Adam. I've seen Adam talking about his financial situation over there and what's going on. I do feel like.
Okay, so he said Adam 22. Adam 22 ain't talking about his financial situation, man. You misread him. He said No Jumper is going broke, not himself. Okay, No Jumper is a real business that's tied to paperwork, and that real business has money, it has an account, and it can't pay everybody, and it can't pay everybody, and it cannot sustain itself anymore. There's not enough money in that business account, man. He's not going through the money problem. He got money. His business it can't pay everybody. You dig? So he got to close. That's smart. He got to close. That's what happened with 50 Cent with his SMS boxing things. 50 is broke, and Donald Trump bankruptcy. That doesn't mean they're broke. They're filing bankruptcies on businesses. This business can no longer sustain itself. So they file bankruptcy on the business. And there's different type of bankruptcies. So I think Donald Trump, when he did it, I think he did a chapter 7. And that's different than a chapter 13. Chapter 13 means that you dissolve the whole business. It's over. I think in chapter 7, you don't do that. Like you just make payments. You file bankruptcy so they can stop chasing after you for bills and things like that. And you make payments. So you keep the business, you just make payments. Like you're in the red. You make payments. You pay it off, and you're back operational. You're back operational. So Adam's not broke, or he didn't say he was broke. He didn't. That's not what he said. He could be broke, but he did. That was not his message. His message was not I'm broke. His message is the business is broke.
There is like a war or some sort of war on podcasts right now, because I know you guys probably been wondering, you guys are not dropping.
Okay, so again, he's reading the room wrong, brother. Adam's message was nothing about war on podcasts, my boy, and neither is your problem. Both of y'all problems have nothing about people attacking podcasts. Adam 22, that's an internal problem. So basically, let me just add this in there. All of these podcasts, because Joe Budden broke it down. All of these, even Adam admitted it. All of these podcasts got popping, really popping during COVID-19. All of them, because everybody was home, so everybody thought they're just so great. That's why I'm mad that I stopped doing it, because I would have been, better than I am now. I won't say on their level, but better than what I am now. But I stopped doing it. I started going outside, playing basketball, having fun in my life. Not stuck in a damn room talking on the damn. Anyway, so they all became popping during COVID-19. as people slowly got back out there and got comfortable with leaving their house and having their best life, people stopped tuning in to podcasts as much. That's just what happened. So now their numbers now that they're having, these are all their regular numbers. So COVID-19 inflated their numbers because it forced everybody home. We're home all day. What the hell are we doing? We're watching podcasts. We're bored. So their real numbers are showing. So even though they got 1 million subscribers, half of them subscribe only because of COVID-19. They're bored. They're not coming back. So now COVID-19 is far removed. We're some years, not far, but we're some years removed. People are back to doing what they would normally do. Okay, so they're not really a subscriber. They only subscribed during the pandemic, but now they're back living their best life. They're not a real subscriber. So these guys are looking at subscriptions and they're thinking like, hey, I'm the man. And that's why we say it's not your subscriptions. It's not that. What makes you who you are your likes. That's why, hey, like my video. I don't care if it's 13 likes. If I got 13 live viewers, I want 13 likes. If I got 28 live viewers, I want 28 likes because that's what you need. It's the likes. The likes will get you out there because when people like your content, YouTube the algorithm say, hey, somebody like this. So a similar title, they're going to put mine out there with theirs, with other videos out there because it's liked. So likes and of course, views. Math Hoffa has 1 million subscribers. Okay, now look at the views on this video. This is good. So he has 122,000 views. That's good, right? But it wasn't like that yesterday. But that's good. But listen, why they're viewing it because it's drama and he's talking about his failures. That usually when you crash out, that's when you get your most views. That's why most guys they crash out on camera. They do red rum, live Facebook, and they get all these views. They run in front of police. Big U about to turn himself in. Like you'll get your most views when you're crashing out. But that's not his regular viewership. That's good. So like 122,000 and you got 1 million subscribers, that's actually good. Like that's the real numbers. But he doesn't average that. No, that's not his average. Okay. But because he's talking about a shot, some drama stuff, people are tuning in to get the latest tea. Like myself, I don't watch his stuff. Look, I'm not even, look at this. I'm not even subscribed. I don't watch his content.
Like you were before, and MEO's been going through its ups and downs, and I was real hesitant on whether to share certain things with you guys.
Elevation, Allah said, if I was in the podcast space, I'd probably follow the walls. I guess you said Wallow and Gilly model because they got it bag despite the algorithm being against them. Yeah, bro, it's real easy. All you gotta do is talk to people, build relationships. A lot of these guys game each other up, believe it or not. Behind the scene, these podcasters talk. Wallow and Gilly, they talk to this person. And as long as they don't burn bridges, they talk to each other and they game each other up. Hey, man, try this out. Hey, that's what they do. They're not going to game me, but they're going to game each other. Like it's good for both of them. It's good for both of them. But you don't really want beef when you're like, have that much success. You don't want beef. You want to keep bridges with other people as successful as yourself. Not because what happens is when you have beef as a successful broadcaster, you're making the audience pick and choose. Now, if you don't have beef, guess what? Elevation, you're gonna watch Wallow and Gilly, and you're gonna watch Math Hoffa. You're gonna watch both of them. But if they're beefing, you're gonna choose one now. You're gonna say, okay, that's what happened with Pac and Biggie. You got to choose, and it's less money. So if you don't, so you got to choose, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna rock with Wallow and Gilly. I don't rock with Matt like that, or vice versa. So that's why podcasters they like to get along. They rather not beef. At least the smart ones.
But Fuck it. Let's all just keep it real, right? Okay, so here it is. Here it is. Let's rewind like maybe two.
All right. So now as you can see, that's where I got my screenshot from. This guy is in his barbershop. He's in my expert opinion podcast barbershop with no lights. Listen to this foolishness.
2-3 years ago, I acquired the
Oh,
shop.
thanks for lights. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, listen, what people, I call y'all supporters because y'all support me. You got family, but you also support. Because you can have family who don't support you. And you'll see that on Facebook. Facebook people talk about their family not supporting, them. You might be getting married, you might be graduating college, and they're not there, right? But if you just come home from prison, they'll all be there. So people talk about relatives not supporting. So bigger than family, I could say, hey, family, but that don't mean you support. So supporters, that's what matters. So what I'm gonna say is this: you guys definitely like the video. Like a lot of times, I forget to say it, and I look at the video later. The likes be there. So you guys definitely. Before I got suspended for those 3 weeks, for almost like a month, when I was in the algorithm and the channel was popping, it was due to y'all. Like I ain't never see still now it's rare that people get as many likes as they get views, and 30 is not a lot. But even when I had the 270 likes, when I had a podcast where I had 270 live viewers, I had 270 likes. You dig? So people come over here, they really appreciate the authenticity of the channel. You dig? Because I don't even got to say like it. People come in, they press like. I'm like, all right, I respect that.
The way that I acquired it wasn't, me buying it or anything like that. I met the landlord, and unfortunately, some.
So again, I'm not clowning Math Hoffa right now. Maybe next live I will, but right now, I feel for the guy. I feel for the guy because I believe he doesn't know what he's doing. He's not transparent with his inner circle because he believes he's going to be vulnerable. You know that's something men deal with a lot. They don't want to be transparent because they think they'll be seen as vulnerable and weak, so that they'll like band-aid their issues. So I believe that's what he did. Okay, and as a result, people are taking advantage of him, and this is case in point. Case in point.
People are not
pretty.
They're not. What's the word? They're racist.
Oh, okay.
They're racist.
So I actually, to be honest, before the tether babble, I actually thought his content was pretty good. Yeah, I'm just keep it real. I thought he was pretty good. But he said they're racist.
Some people are. What's the word? They're racist.
Oh, okay.
They're racist. Some people are racist.
I was.
Okay, so that part he should have said. It's like, dude, what does that got to do with your lights being off, my boy? Like, there's no racism, and your lights getting cut off, man. Your lights got cut off because the bill wasn't paid, and that's why I believe he's in tax problems. It's like, yo, how you can't pay a light bill? How you can't pay a light bill? I just don't. For somebody who's supposed to be rich, like so you're shoppish. So that's what's happening. Family support, my family. Which also my supporters. His the shop is closed because the lights are off. Obviously, they can't have a podcast in the dark, right? But from what I watched, the podcast is over because of a light bill that nobody's paying. Listen,
Trying to figure out how to say it without, like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe some people are not enlightened to, you know what I mean? But this dude, like, nah, he's fucking racist. He's
not racist, my boy. You know who's racist? Fat Joe. But you didn't see that. Fat Joe's racist, but you couldn't admit that you didn't see it. But now you calling your who is a racist? Because you're not on paperwork. So I'm kind of confused. Like, how is the landlord erases when you're not on paperwork. He don't even got to talk to you. You know, that's like that's like you own a barbershop. No, you're renting your building. And the person you're renting from, they own a barbershop and they have a customer in the seat and the customer's asking you questions about the building. You're like, yo, man, mind your business. Like, I ain't gotta answer your questions. Like, you're not tied to this building at all. Like, no, you're not. No, mind your business. So he's calling the landlord a racist, but the racist don't. Who are you to him? You're not on any paperwork. You're just doing shows in his building, and he looking like he wondering how that's even legal.
Racist. This motherfucker asked me if I wholesale cocaine. Like what?
Okay, bro, you just said earlier you did the street thing. You just said you did the street thing. And he's not ashamed of it. Like he gloats about it. So and you got dudes coming out the shop all type of night. And don't forget, you're not on paperwork, so he doesn't know what you're actually doing. He just see a bunch of cronies out there coming in and out the barbershop with hella jewelry and fly clothes on. Yeah, like he thinking like, yo, what's really going on?
To my face, like, you know.
Yeah, that's not a racist. A racist don't ask a guy who looks like a drug dealer, a guy who admitted he sold drugs, does he still sell drugs? That's not a racist, my boy. Like he's just out of tune with life.
I'm gonna have to see your business records and all that to make sure that you don't wholesale cocaine. I laughed, but I wanted to slap the dog shit out that nigga. I wanted to slap the dog shit out that nigga. First,
and I believe him because he reacts off emotions. He can't, he needs therapy for real, and he has a bunch of yes people in his circle. So, Elevation Allah said, "I'm calling ICE right now. Where's Math at? He's back in that goddamn shop, in the dark. That's where he's at, like a damn rat, like a New York rat." Okay, so a lot of Black immigrants, or anchors, whatever, because you're not technically an immigrant if you're born here. So, but I'll say a lot of non-FBA Black people, because they don't have a shared history legacy, they really don't understand racism, even though they experience it. They still can't differentiate when it's racism, right, happening to them, or if they're just being treated unfairly. Just because something doesn't go your way doesn't mean it's always an act of racism. So they don't really understand what is truly racism. What does the system want to block you out of? They don't really get that because they don't know what the system the system is designed to do something. This racist system is designed to do something negative towards FBAs, and you have to know what were those things historically, because other things is going to be caught in that net, but that's not really what they want. They want certain things. They don't want land ownership from us. So to stop land ownership, you have to do what? You have to keep us broke and deny loans. So those things, those avenues. So how can you keep us broke? That's jobs, right? Don't employ them. So you got job discrimination. So the employment industry is in cahoots with systemic racism. And then who can loan us money? Banks, right? So the banks got to be in that pot. So now there's other things that might happen to you that's, as a result, but that's not really intended. Over policing, pulling you over, making you feel a certain way, less than, terrorizing you. That's like a Klan tactic. So over policing is like a Klan tactic, but the over policing is justified to a degree because there's a lot of crime. So we don't. So you can think about the Black Panthers. Like they were being over policed for no reason. There wasn't a lot of crime like that going on and over there or anywhere. Like we were not focused on crime. We were focused on equal rights and employment. So that's the real definition of over policing. Like today, they can justify the over policing by saying, "Hey, it's over, criminal activity going on." So that's why like we gotta really, really come out of like that stuff, the street life that he's glorifying. Like we gotta leave that alone, and then we can really point at the over policing. But right now, we look like fools trying to point it out because there's so much criminal activity exclusively coming from our neighborhoods. So it's so that like they'll justify like, hey, look at this, look at the drug selling and drug dealing and drug addicts and robberies and murderers, So, but a lot of people don't understand what racism actually is. Even white people, like the common white person, don't understand like some of the stuff they're doing or practices that's actually racism. They don't know. Like you got to tell them, and then some don't care. Like, oh well, and some will be like, oh wow, I didn't realize I was offending or undermining. Yeah, he's always wanting to punch somebody in the face, but again, he never wants to squabble up though. Okay, so it's one thing where you want to squabble up. Like we seen Whack 100 beat up two guys at the same time. That's a squabble up. They didn't sneak him, he didn't sneak them. And I'm not against sneaking, by the way. I'm not against sucker punching. I think sucker punching is sometimes necessary. Okay, you got to eliminate. It's really used for eliminating a threat or eliminating disrespect. Because I believe if you're a threat to me, it shouldn't be an even fight. Or if you're disrespecting me, it shouldn't be an even fight. I got to neutralize you both ways. So I am pro sucker punching because that's sometimes just needed. I'm not going to squabble up when you're at 100% fault. But his sucker punching, I think one he did that was like fair, like his first one, but the other ones were it was just an emotional, disturbed person. When he hit Sirius Jones, like that was like totally uncalled for. But even those days, like the battle rap scene, like knew he was full of shit. Like people were already backing away from like this guy's weak. Then he'll run. He'll sucker punch you and run.
First of all, I don't do that no more. I changed my life. I don't do that no more. You know what I'm saying? But
see, so how you gonna make light of your history? Like that's what a background check is for, my boy. When you get pulled over by police officers and they run your name and it shows ex coke dealer, they're gonna want to search your car. You did like that but you should know that. That's why your car should be squeaky clean. They don't have tint on there because your background is gonna tell a different story. You're living a changed life, allegedly, but your background is going to tell a different story. So you want to have a clean car, right? So when you get pulled over, no, you can't search my car, but you can just roll your windows down and show that it doesn't smell like marijuana. Because that's some states cops can't search you for that reason, and some states can. So check with your state. Like be smart about some of the reasons a cop could pull you over, so you won't give them that, right? You got to be smart. So if you're in a state where smoking marijuana is illegal, still is not decriminalized, then you might want to not smell like marijuana when you leave your crib. So anyway, like have a clean car. I'm talking about folks who got the background that will raise alarms to police officers. You want to have a clean car, and when they pull you over, you give me license registration. Don't be asking what I did. Give me license registration, and then roll all your windows down so they can put their flashlight on there. Okay, and when they see a clean ass car, and first of all, the way you're cooperating, like that's going to disarm them. They're not going to want to just search you now because they know it's going to come up with nothing. And they got to document these searches. You dig? It makes them look bad. So you're cooperating. You roll your windows down. It does not smell like weed, you dig, or anything else, crack. And yeah, crack does have a smell. Like when it's being smoked, it definitely has a smell. All right, when it's being smoked, that shit worse than marijuana. Anyway, you know, they'll put the flashlight in there. All right, man, I pulled you over because you were swerving your lanes. Oh yeah, I swerved my lanes. I was actually about to head to this coffee spot. I was trying to get my wallet out in advance, and I fumbled it. So, I'm straight, officer. I apologize for that. Traffic infraction, and it's whatever. That's what happened. All right, sir. At that point, you'll either get a ticket or you won't. But now your background won't be used to further, discriminate against you. You did, like, you're so cooperative that he's like, all right, okay, go ahead. Like, you know what I mean? But if you go there all tensed up and, officer, I'm pulled over, yeah, you're gonna be on the side of the road while that dog go through your damn car. So anyway, let's get some chats here. Okay, let me catch up on the chats because I like to do that. No one watches Musty Math. Yeah, apparently, like, that's what's happening. Honestly, I watched plenty of Math Hoffa interviews. He was cool until he was digging. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, his interviews, they're pretty good. They were better with his older cast because they wasn't like glazing as much as newer cast, like with like kind of like fans over these celebrities. And that turns out I had never heard of Math Hoffa to Fat Joe interview, and I immediately said he had tethered because he didn't challenge not one thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, Fat Joe on other podcasts, like I ain't saying they would have punked him but they would have lightly said something like, "Oh, Fat Joe, you wild, chill out, man. You're gonna get us, like they would have, asked some humor to or whatever, but they would have lightly checked them, if not just checked, because people want Fat Joe is a celebrity. People want him on their show for content. You don't want to ruin that, and So, but yeah, other podcasts, he would have been like he wouldn't have been on. I'm not, like I said, they're not going to punk him, but I don't believe he would have went on, even like Joe Budden, the Breakfast Club saying nigga, nigga, nigga. Like again, like they would have used light humor, but they would have certainly addressed the obsessive usage of the N word. Okay, and he won't do that on Willie D. And his other channels, for sure he wouldn't even got far. So like he really felt comfortable on Matt Hoffa podcast to say we want to say, obsessive or not, he knew he had the green light, and they were all glazing him. Anyway, he was an African landlord. Oh, really? Oh man, how the hell an African landlord racist? Well, he ain't cool no more. He exposed himself. It'd be a defense unit. In the beginning, Matt said that he was subleasing the space and that person wasn't paying the bill after Matt gave them the money. Sounds like Tether Babble. Yeah, so he did say it, but he was not subleasing. Like he's using the terminology, but he didn't. Like I said, I sublease, and a sublease is a real contract. I could hold you. So basically, this is what it is. If you don't know what a sublease is, that means that the person who's actually doing the renting, okay, sometimes they don't really find usage or value in the space they're renting, but they're locked in a contract. And people even sublease apartments, because that's what I did. I sublease apartment. So, but as a condo. So people rent it themselves, but don't really find value in it anymore, or don't find usage, or the purpose of subleasing the purpose of renting sometimes was the sublease. The sublease was the finesse. Like, yeah, I'll be the renter, I'll sign, but I'm not using this. I'm going to rent it out to other folks and charge my upper, inflated price. So math didn't do that. Math didn't. But there's a real contract. So a renter would say, "I'm biased, yo. I'm renting this space, but you can rent it from me. Here's a contract." Now the landlord don't know anything about that. The landlord could say, "Hey, man," the landlord could say to the renter, "Hey, there's no subleasing here. Yeah, you broke. You violated the terms and conditions. You gotta get out. Now your contract is voided too. So like you got to make sure it's cool with the landlord somehow. But but that's what happens. You rent it, but then you rent it to me. So let's say if you're paying $900 a month, I want to rent it for you. You might go up to $1,200. So you'll make a $300 profit monthly on the spot that you're renting. That's what subleasing is. Math was not subleasing. He didn't do any paperwork. He was doing dirty business, and that's why he's in the dark.
For you, like to just
Math looks like Caribbean drug dealer from a Steven Seagal. He's going to prison. He's conducting criminal-minded type business when probably didn't even have to do. Yeah, exactly, Nat. Yeah, but like that's that keep it around from the street type shit. Do I think he gonna bounce like with the shop? Well, the shop is done. But he started to do his own little lives. So all he got to do is be remotely close, as successful as the barbershop was in his personal lives, and he ain't going back. But if his personal lives, that shop is done. But that don't mean they can't get another shop. But I don't listen. I think he's broke. So it should be not like, what's the big deal of a shop having no light? If you're rich, if you got dough, rent another shop. Like, what's the big deal? It ain't like you take walk-ins. All of your shows are invitations only. So it don't matter where your shop is. So like location is not important. In a real business where you take walk-ins, yeah, location is important. But he does not take walk-ins. So it don't matter where the shop could be anywhere. So the fact that he's making a big deal, that's what confused me. Like, why is he confused about this location? You could start any shop. Like, again, I have so many friends that's in New Jersey that own barbershops that look very nice. And they moved. They was in this location. He was in East Orange. He moved to this part of Orange. And this dude had this, my boy at this shop in the city that he moved. He had like 3-4 different shops before he finally settled in. DJ Focus went from a shop. He only had 2 shops. He had a shop with his dad and brothers, and now he got a big shop in Pennsylvania. So like moving to shop, that's like normal in that industry. So for him to make it a big deal, I'm like, yo, there's something more here. And I'm thinking one of the issues is his finances.
Just to feel that comfortable that you could say some shit like, come on, son. That shit was whack.
Now, he don't look real fashionable there, does he? Math is violent because he has a low literacy rate. Facts. Like people who are very, very violent usually are not that smart. And he don't even come off as a threat like that. Exactly. Math is not squeaky clean. Call ICE. It's BS when people like Math talks someone else's name, guess where he's got. Yeah, exactly. Where his money at? 7 G's. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to. It's not making sense, man. It's not. The light. He said the light bill 7 G's. He'll get to that, and how that even got to 7 G's is like ridiculous. But 7 G's is. You should be mad. But if you got $1 million, you can cover that. But you're gonna get rid of the person who was responsible for that. Because if that shop means that much too, like he's claiming it does, you'll pay the 7 G's, but you'll get rid of the person who you believe caused that to happen.
That shit was whack. And when I first met the landlord, he asked me if I was wholesaling cocaine. Forgot I said that. So
he was dead serious.
He was dead serious, and despite him seeing people like Robert F. Kennedy and all.
Yes, he was dead serious because he wanted to know If you wholesaling cocaine, he knows that he's getting his rent. Okay, now if you're dime bagging, he's like, nah, bro, you can't rent here. You do. So he want to know if you wholesaling keys, bro. Okay, we can do something. But if you nickel and diamond on a corner, nah, I'm good. So he wanted that insurance. Like, yo, let me know you making some real bread, and I can work with you. But even then, like, why is the landlord talking to you? You're not on the lease. So he's talking to you because you're not on the lease. Okay, Matt, you're having this conversation because you're not on the lease, but you're doing business in the shop. So he wants to know, what are you doing in the shop? Why are you here? You're not on the lease. And why are you doing business here? And what type of business are you doing? Just be honest with me. Are you wholesaling coke? Because don't that make sense to a landlord? If I'm renting a space to somebody else, because this happens all the time. Don't drug dealers get the car in their girl's name, their mother's name? This happens all the time. They rent an apartment in their girlfriend's name because they don't have the credit. They don't, and their background is shots. So their background and credit is going to discriminate them from getting you know, the apartment or whatever they got to get. It's going to discriminate. So a lot of people that's like in the drug game, they usually have nothing in their name. So the landlord is hip to that. He's like, yo, man, what's going on here, bro? Something's going on. I see cars out here. I see, what's going on here, man? Just be real. Are you selling cocaine? Just be real. That's a fair question.
All these people pull up. There's always been some sort of pushback. There's always been like
yeah, he got his name from a federal informant. Put that in the chat. I want to read that because the math half, I don't know where that shit comes from.
Like an issue, or even up to recently when we've been going through all this stuff, I called him and he pretty much brushed me off. So he's never been interested in actually doing business with me. But because we started here, I felt like it was important to have this shop. So I entered into a situation where I subleased from the person who had it before, right? Now, with this person, and then don't say no names.
I'm not. I said
So he said the name sublease, right? He said sublease, but then he's going to explain that he didn't sublease. He just trusted them. So he said, don't say no name. She didn't say nothing about a name. So he's like really just trigger happy right now.
be careful with what you say.
But this person,
she's telling him be careful, and he tell her, look, I'm gonna go back. Look how weird he is. He's talking, running his mouth. She tells him, be careful, like what you're saying. And he tells her, don't say any names. It's like, dude, she's telling you not to do that. Like, y'all not in sync at all.
Where I subleased from the person who had it before, right? Now, with this person, and then don't say no names.
I'm not. I said be careful with what you say.
With this person,
look, this guy, he just wants to be violent. Yeah, she like, I'm not. I'm telling you to be careful, and you want to smack me.
What started off and seemed like a good situation, after time, it just became, not good.
When you think somebody's like looking out and doing you a favor, that's what it felt like in the beginning. So after a while, I realized, like, oh, hold on. Certain shit just, like, even the impression that the landlord had about me.
Yeah.
Where that came from?
Yeah.
Came from you. It came from you. You should not be in a building and you're not in contract with the landlord, my boy. Like, that is not a smart thing to put yourself into. That's not a smart situation.
Where did that come from? And then later on, I'm learning, like, you were supposed
Jimmy
to
Hoffa.
hold the lease for a certain amount of time, so you couldn't really shift all that. You was going to owe money. And this guy, slumlord, He was definitely going to penalize her. Ain't no way he was going to be like, you know what, you can have the money or whatever. Nah, that nigga was going to penalize her. So it was
As he
probably in
should.
her best interest for me to do it through her.
Yeah.
So now I'm paying her with
You
the
see? So he made up an excuse why he shouldn't do legitimate business, right? And he'll rather do illegitimate business, and now he's paying her. Like, bro, this is what happens. There's an old saying: those who try to get over it get screwed. You cut corners, you get cut.
good faith of thinking she's paying him.
You see? So look at that. This is now what sublease is that? So I'm subleasing. Well, that is the downside of subleasing, man, because they may not look like he said it right. He's paying her and she has to pay him. Okay. So she's like the middle person. But she can easily not pay. So she could realize, listen, I got dual citizenship in Ghana, 12 American dollars is 200 in Ghana, 15 grand goes a long way in Ghana. Let me just pocket this dough Matt's giving me. Let me go live in Ghana for a couple of years. Get my mind right. That can happen when you're subleasing. So when you have a big podcast, like My Expert Opinion, like when it grew to the level it grew, those were signs that we cannot be subleasing. What I got going on is too important to be subleasing. That was his sign right there. But he got rid of all his genuine friends who would have told him that. But he never disclosed to them. I don't believe he disclosed to them all of this shady business in the dark. I believe he flexed on them like he had it all covered because he thought he did. He thought he could just pay her. She paid the landlord. I got this. And he knew that his earlier crew would have been like, yo, that ain't good business. But people like Matt Hoffa, they be insecure when they have smart friends around them because they'll see themselves lower than the smart friends. So let me keep a bunch of dummies or yes men around and I can feel more secure about myself. See, Matt Hoffa is all about how he feels. It could be wrong as hell, but if he feels good, he's going with it.
And she's taking care of all the shit. Well, y'all see. Hold on. And I would get these.
Now, whether you subleasing or not, what does the light bill got to do with that? The light bill is still in your name. Now that was wild. So subleasing is one thing, but that doesn't mean the gas and light bill is in that person's name. That's in your name. You ain't gonna run up their gas and light bill and not pay rent. So that part right there, man. The light bill part is what I really, all this right here, I'm following him. I'm following the subleasing. I think he's an idiot, but I'm following. Where he lost me is when he did the light bill explanation. Why he's in the dark right there. What's that show, Dark and Afraid? What is that show called? That's what that looks like right now. Some Blair Witch Project.
These bills for things that didn't make sense, right? Mm-hmm. Here's the kicker. So I got a bill one time for electric. Mm-hmm. And I looked at it and I was like, this is impossible.
Mm. Bruh. The fucking...
So now this ain't gonna make sense. So I want you to keep in mind what he's saying. And he's saying he got the bill, right? So if he got the bill, that means the electric bill is in his name. It goes to him. You dig? Okay, so just document that in your brain cells. The electric bill went to him, so apparently it's in his name. All right.
Electric bill was like $7,000. And I'm gonna
For a
we
millionaire.
shot like 10 episodes last month. So we only been in the shop 2 times this month. Right? I'm gonna come back to that. The landlord always had an issue with us not being here.
Right. Nat Turner.
Anything. Like,
Not being like
barbershop.
not running the shop or
business
whatever,
hours.
not making.
Yo, so this nigga used to be mad like, why y'all not in the shop? Every time I come here, the shop is closed.
Yeah, that is normal. I don't know how it is anywhere else in the country, but up north, that's normal. You to rent a space for business, and you're not in there doing business. That is normal for the landlord to get on you. Like, yo, man, what's going on? I'm saying, yo, I don't. Again, this might be normal where you guys are from. I'm sorry, yeah, it might be normal where you guys are from as well. But up here, like, they want you to have money. They want this rent being paid. Okay, they don't want any excuse. You talking about you ain't got your rent money, so they want, but if I'm telling you, if you rent a barbershop, a space to do a barbershop, and when that landlord come past there and he see that damn light off, they are going to say something. They don't care if you're giving the rent on time every month. They're going to say something like, "Yo, what's up? Like, what's going on with the shop?" Because they look at that as you're potentially not going to be renting. You're going to leave soon. So they want to be hip to that, so they can put the memo out. Hey, man, we're renting. That's just normal, man. You're not in the shop and you're paying to use it. Yeah, anybody's gonna say, "Hey, yo, what's up? What's going on with this? It looks like you're trying to like run off, you dig, and not pay me my bread." Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with him by saying, "Hey, man, what's up, man? There's no business here for the whole month."
Mostly we would shoot at night until we started shooting like during the day or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But the shop would be shut down if we not shooting if we knocked out 4 episodes in 1 week, right? That's 2 weeks worth of work.
Which is nothing. And like the podcast thing, you want to have, hey, listen, like this guy just want to smoke and just kick his feet up like he got it good. Dude, you got it bad like Usher. You got to act like you got it bad like Usher. You should have close like 6 months worth of content, not 2 weeks. Then you could really kick your feet up. You want about 6 months worth of content. Like a sitcom. Sitcom, like they make us believe these are live shows, but they are pre-recorded. Yeah, so the 2 weeks, bro, that's not it. That is not it.
So we might not have to shoot until maybe the end of next week.
That's
But
dumb.
if we knocked out like 8 episodes in 1 week, we out for the month.
You shouldn't be.
We be going for the month, and this nigga would be complaining that the shop is not open. I'm like, how?
Yeah, the dude got the shop closed for a month, and he thinks the owner shouldn't be suspicious. That's why he thinks you're a coke biller, because this is the first time he ever experienced this in his 40, he's probably 90 years old, in his 40, 50 years of business. He never experienced somebody renting a commercial space for him and don't be in there. The owner like, yo, who got money like that? Who got money to rent a commercial space, which is more money than residential, and then don't show up for a whole month to operate business? Like, how is he getting his money to pay me? That's what's going on in his mind. So he G-checked you.
Why are you complaining? And then trying to play I think they're doing something illegal. What you mean we doing something illegal? Because, why is the barbershop why is it never open? Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention to why. Now I found out I found out why this nigga kept saying that. Chat, what you think? What y'all think it was?
He thinks you're a coke dealer, bro. He told you. We don't got to think. We don't got to think what it was. The reason we know what it was. You told her that he thinks you're a coke dealer, bro. That's why he's asking you to be in the shop so you can sell less drugs.
Bro, we stopped with the barber shit. For one, there was a couple occasions where, a guest would move the time, and I didn't like telling the barbers that they couldn't, you had an appointment, you got to cancel that and da da da. I didn't like doing that. But the thing that really fucked me up is the barbers would have their friends in the shop, and their friends would be sitting in the barber chairs, fucking them up. I don't know what these niggas was doing with these chairs. I don't know what they was doing with the chairs. We walked in one day to shoot an episode. Mac sat in his chair, and the shit just fell over. Nigga almost broke his neck.
So I don't know how people knows how the barbershop thing works in the East Coast. It's actually illegal, but this is what they do. So what they'll do is they'll have you rent a chair. So listen, nothing he's saying is making sense. So if I was a barber and I ran a barbershop business, right? Or if some people don't even cut hair. People like rent they sublease. They rent the space, they put the chairs in there, and they rent it out to barbers. That's some people finesse. Anyway, every chair is rented to that barber who cuts in that chair. So let me get some names. Let's say if I got 3 chairs, Nat Turner cut hair, MC Fact cut hair, and Elevation cut hair. Okay. Well, I'm going to charge each one of you $250 for the month. Right. So all y'all gotta have my $250 monthly. Monthly, I want $250. So what is that? What's that? $750. I'm gonna get from you 3 guys. So that's paying a good portion of the rent. Okay. And then whatever I do to make money, I cover the other. But that's a hell of a discount on rent already. So that's what normally happens. So why would math? And I know math is charging more than $250 because it's New York for one. It's my expert opinion shop. So that adds more value. People want to go to that shop because it's tied to the show. It's become a legendary shop. So that's more money to cut here. So let's say $350. So why would math? So he claims these guys are messing the chairs up, which sounds stupid, but you could easily have them pay for that. So that, like you tag that on to their rented chair fee, $100 more until it's covered, $50, whatever. But that's not making sense. A guy who needs money to pay the light bill, that's not making sense that he'll get rid of the barbers who could have paid the light bill collectively from renting those chairs.
And nobody ain't say nothing. Nobody ain't say, yo, one of the chairs broke, this, that, and the third. We would just walk in and be like, yo, what the fuck happened to the chair? So after a while, I was like, man, fuck that. Get the barbers out of here because I don't know what they doing.
Now, to me, that made no sense. So he said barbers, plural. So kick all this good money out the door. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just not buying that. Like these folks are probably paying $350 each minimum, and you got the shop closed for a month when they could be paying you that right there. So therefore, you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're doing what you need to do in the shop, and the shop is open. Business is being conducted, so the landlord ain't tripping, and money's being made. Like that's the money we all wish for. The residual income, where we ain't doing anything and the money's coming in our hand. That's what the renting chair is. I'm not cutting hair, but money's coming in my hand as a result of somebody's cutting hair. That's residual income. That's another stream of income. So you kicking folks out because they damaged a chair allegedly. That I'm saying this is not making. So all those other barbers got to get out, and you no longer want this monthly income that possibly pays the rent. It possibly pays the rent, and you're saying, "Nah, I'm good."
Not keeping it as a barbershop or whatever, and that was even a threat to the lease. Like, yo, this is supposed to be a barbershop.
So the chick that I was subleasing from would start sending me shit like, yo, this nigga's gonna he's gonna try to evict us, or he's gonna take me to court off of this. And highlighted in the lease, it says the purpose of the shop was a barber shop.
Right, dumbass.
She's sending me this little clip of it saying that the intention of this shop is supposed to be a barber shop, but with commercial businesses, just like a mixed use, it's still a barber shop.
No, it's not. It's not a barbershop. You're gonna lose like hell in court with that. I mean, like that was dumb. A barbershop has barbers, bro. So the judge gonna say, "Well, who's cutting hair?" Nobody. So it's not a barbershop. Like, I could put barber chairs in my place right now and some mirrors and clippers. It's not a barbershop. I'm not cutting nobody hair. It's going to be a room with barber equipment in it. That's it. It's not a barbershop, bro. For it to become a shop, it needs to have business. Before it becomes a mechanical shop, to fix tire shop, it needs to be putting on tires. You're big on putting tires on cars.
It's just we're shooting the podcast in the barbershop.
So if we got holy books in our room or living room or dining room, does it make it church? Like it's wow, tether babble.
You can't tell a nigga, yo, because y'all don't got this shit open and barbers is cutting people hair, that this ain't a barbershop. It's still a barbershop. You walk into the motherfucker, you look around, it looks like a fucking barbershop.
Right, but it's not operating as one.
Full circle with all this shit, right?
It looks like it, but it's not operating as one.
Which continue to grow and get sky high.
Peep this, y'all.
And I refuse to pay it because it didn't make no sense. Something was wrong. But, I'm stuck in between the war that's going on.
So that's the bottom line. You heard him? He refuses to pay $7,000 that he claims is a light bill. So now he claims he loves this barbershop, right? And he got all his dirty practices going in the background. But he's not going to keep his shop, to keep the momentum and everything he got going on. He gonna let it all fail over $7,000, not 70,000, not 700, not 7 mil. $7,000. He's willing to let his legacy just be ruined, and everything he worked hard for, over $7,000. Okay, listen, I got some exclusive information that's going to expose this dude. After I play his own words, I'm going to go into Hassan Campbell, Doggy Diamonds, and I got a secret weapon. He actually told on himself 2 months ago. Okay, and we're going to play his own words because he tried to, you'll see. But the dude is just a liar, man. He's just a liar. He cannot just keep it real. Like he said, he cannot keep it 100, keep it a buck for nothing. The dude is a piece of trash person. That's why nobody gets along with him. His whole inner circle, they all gone. In the battle rap arena, nobody got along with him. He was down with Hollow the Don and all that, and then they got rid of him. Like everybody, every crew he ever was within, they got rid of him or he got rid of them. Like the dude has a track record of just burning bridges. Loyalty over everything. Loyalty over money. What was Hollow the Don? Loyalty over, was it money? Was it LOM? I thought it was LOL. Loyalty, loyal over something, right? But whatever it was, he was supposed to be down with Hollow the Don. Then he ended up beefing with Hollow the Don. It was like some weird, goofy stuff going on, bro. Some math hopping, unnecessary drama going on. But like that lets you know I was like a little in tune with what was going on with Math Hoffa before my expert opinion. All right. because I used to be a big battle rap fan, and I even got a channel dedicated to, which I showed before, to the battle rap. You'll see how long I was on YouTube by my channels. My channels show you. I had a battle rap channel where I would do like the best of certain like Sue Surf or somebody, the best of, you know, I'll do those videos because they were none. So I would do something that wasn't, around at the time. Just trying to blow up one way or another, seeing what works. But yeah, look, the truth will come out soon tonight.
These two people, right? So,
$7,000.
the person I lease from decides, fuck it, I'm gonna cut the shit.
But she don't tell me nothing. That's the ill part. She don't tell me nothing.
Bro, if you're now, hey chat, listen to me. If you are getting the bill, how can she cut it off? Somebody send this link to Math Hoffa. Because even though I'm not an expert in none of this stuff, I can guide him right to go get the right help he needs. And to put that ego to the side, bro, that shit is making you a failure. Whatever you got internally that messed you up from a kid, you need to go and get some real help and let it go and just do whatever you got to do. Cry, whatever you got to do. Let it go, man. You're going to feel better when you start crying and let it all out. And when you're done crying and snotting, and when you get done, you're going to feel like a new person. Okay? But you holding all those tears in and you just hurting inside internally, man, this is what happens, bro. You're imploding. Your story's not mathing, bro. You get the bill, but you get the light bill, but she can turn it off. Okay. Keep lying.
The person I lease from decides, fuck it, I'm gonna cut the shit.
But she don't tell me nothing.
So the person he leases from decides she's gonna cut the lights off, which is impossible if the bill is your name. But listen to this guy lying. So okay, he's either lying, I'm gonna give him a way out. Because again, I think he's just dumb. So he's either lying or he's just dumb on how life works. He's done with subleasing and he's done with light bills, bro. If the light bill's in your name, nobody can cut it off, man. Just you and Con Edison.
Nothing. That's the ill part. She don't tell me nothing. Nothing.
Come to find out,
Nat
the
Turner.
day that she
Nah,
cut the power,
and Nat Turner.
here.
It's a gift and a curse. So a lot of stuff I experienced was like on a negative side. And when I say negative, it's just unfortunate. Like I felt that something and I ended up over here doing this. You dig? And you felt like that because I'm trying to find, like when we're humans, I'm trying to find what I'm good at. I'm fine where I could whether it's working a 9 to 5, I'm trying to find like what 9 to 5 I can actually just work, kick my feet up, and don't mind being on the clock with a boss. Like, so you're just trying to find yourself, and when you try to find yourself, and you're not afraid of trying, you're gonna find yourself in different things and learning new things. Like I said, what person had worked for the USDA and worked for the FDA? Like no, like people probably never experienced one. But I work for the USDA and I work for the FDA. So I know the rules for both. I can tell you the difference, what regulates what, who regulates meat and produce, and what the FDA regulates separate from. Yeah, I could tell you the difference because people erroneously use the two interchangeably, the FDA and USDA. So yeah, I worked that. I worked in housing and in the contract side. So I work for companies that build homes and renovated, rooms. And I also worked in getting people in a home, housing, low income housing. So like I really worked on, which is rare. I worked on both sides of the fence. So it's like really rare. So I do have a background, office background. I got pharmaceutical background. I got just warehouse. Just I worked at American Express. I worked at Nextel. I did a lot of stuff, so I can talk about a lot. I just like nobody on the show had brought up stuff where those things were needed to be, disclosed. But when people call in more often, we just have regular conversation. You'll hear more what I know about, and that intimidates people because you'll think, hey, he just knows this, Black history, that, but then you change the subject. I know about that too. Then we change the subject again. Hey, he knows about that. You change it to learning languages. He knows about that. You did so I know a lot, but I'm not a master of a lot either. So I know a lot, but I'm the jack of all trades. I'm not a master of one. So like I said, there's a gift and a curse, con and a pro to it. So I just try to, whatever I learn, I try to share it. And you guys actually put me on stuff. Like y'all just said Hoffa, and y'all throw it in the chat and I'll look it up. Somebody in the comment section of another video said, hey, they also lied about the Gullah Wars. I know nothing about the Gullah Wars. But she just put me on. So I didn't read it just yet, but I pulled it up. I do. So I pulled it up and I'm going to read it probably tomorrow, most likely. And I'm going to share with you guys. But the Gullah Wars is something she put me on. So you guys be talking. Sometimes you'll say something in the chat and I'll look at it and look it up. Or you might put a link in the chat, I'll click it. Y'all don't know because I don't really, always tell you what I'm doing. But I click the link and that'll have me researching and then it lead me to rabbit holes to other researches. And now I know more than what you knew about the link. You dig? But that's pretty much what I do. I study all day long. And because I want to stay sharp. So I don't read something that's interesting and let it go. I read it over, and then I do more research on it because I'm trying to be well versed. I'm trying to remember where I don't need to look at a computer screen. Where I could sometimes, listen, I would be debating. The guys heard me walking. They could hear the wind in the background. I'm debating walking. You dig? Because that means there's nothing in front of me, just off the top of the head. Based on what I learned and remembered. But I believe in stay ready so you gotta get ready. I believe in the 5 P's, proper preparation prevents poor performances. So I try to always stay sharp so I can't be caught off guard. But listen to this guy.
What y'all think happened? What y'all think happened?
It also cut the power in different areas in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's saying when the power's cut off, so he believed there was some janky wiring going on. So he believes. Now here is the part that I just find unbelievable. Because who did the wiring? And when it was done, for what reason? How did they know Math Hoffa will want to sublease here, allegedly, right? Quote unquote sublease here. And how did they know Math Hoffa's show will blow up? So I'm just trying to figure out. They wired the shop up. How did they know? How did they foresee Math Hoffa's show blowing up? Where we could make him pay the light bill. Like this right here just makes no sense to me. And keep in mind, he gets the bill. That means he gets to see how much it is and pay. How would you pull this off? I think about that. Like I got everybody lights fixture wired up to Ron's bill. This heist can only go on for 1 month. You know why? Because I'm gonna see the bill and say, what the fuck is going on? And I'm gonna challenge it, and so that means it can only go on for 1 month. So again, I don't believe that. I don't believe that everybody was connected to Math Hoffa's bill because, dude, it doesn't make any sense. How are you getting the bill, but another person could cut your light off? Like that's not, you cannot do that. You can't do that anywhere in the country.
Thanks.
So now the super is like, yo, what's up with the electricity? The power here. It also cut the power in 2 years, like 2 years without a problem. It's just you keep coming up with these extra numbers, and I'm like, is she scamming me? Like, what's going on? Come to find out, the day that she cut the power here, it also cut the power in different areas in the building.
Yeah, look at his animation. Look, I'm gonna go back. I'm telling you, all this does for me is expose how dumb this man is. Look, he's in the look at the bottom screen where he do the hand gestures. Look,
It also cut the power in different areas in the building.
all right. So now let me debunk that real fast. Okay, look at this. In New York City, you cannot typically request that your electricity service be cut off because you owe a large bill. So listen, Math can't cut his own electricity off. So if the bill is in his name, now I already knew this. I already knew this because this is with phones as well, phones and like other things. Like you can't card notes. You can't tell them to stop charging me. I tried that. It ain't gonna happen. They're gonna keep charging you. You know, just because you owe a large bill doesn't mean you can tell them, hey, cut it off, man. I don't want to pay no more. Cut it off. You know, cut my damages now. That's not gonna happen. They're gonna keep charging you until they can legally. All right. So I already knew that, but I wanted to show you guys that. So here we go. So you read it. So it says, look, it says utility companies will eventually terminate service if you don't pay or make arrangements to pay the outstanding amount. So they will eventually cut it off. They don't cut it off because you didn't pay the first 2 months. They're going to run it up on you. You dig? And then cut it off because they're not allowed to build up to $1 million. But they will run it up like 5 more payments. So listen, the math ain't math. If the light bill is in your name, you can't cut it off. So how the hell another person that the light bill is not in their name, cut your lights off? This is making no sense at all to me. And that's why I said I think he just owed hella bread with the IRS. And he got this crazy ass lie, kind of like Umar lie, kind of like Garvey lie. It's just a lie to cover how stupid you are and incompetent.
Thanks.
So now the super is like, yo, what's up with the electricity? What's going on? Da 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 da. And that's not even supposed to be like there's rooms, there's a basement, there's people with no power. Somehow that bill or the power source was rigged to other places in this building.
I don't believe that unless he's just dumb as hell to not know that.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, so now that can make sense why the bill eventually got to 7,000, but that wasn't no 1 month bill. He's lying about that. So if the building was rigged to his shop, the only way that thing go to $7,000 is like almost a whole year. He didn't like it was happening almost a whole year, and he finally caught on to it because of the power going out. So now this is what could be true, right? So he could be telling the truth about that only if it was rigged for almost a whole year and he was being charged, and he didn't find out until the lights got shut off. He called Con Edison like, "Hey, what's going on? You owe $7,000. How's that?" You know, and then that could possibly make sense then, or make better sense than what he's saying. But there's no way you're gonna convince me. You ran up now. People that live in like states that got just electricity, it might make more sense to you because everything's electrical. But in the East Coast, North, no, we got gas and we got water, we got electricity. They're all different. You know, I think gas and electricity is the same. It's something like that. It's tricky. It's tricky. No, because if a storm happens, your electricity goes out. We still got gas and our water still works. Yes, they all separate to me. All right. So a $7,000 light bill, okay, up north is like impossible unless you like own a building, you did a couple hundred units, but nah, not at a single barbershop. That's impossible. That's impossible. It's like you have to do so much stuff. Like he said that they did a couple shows, right? You got to do hella shows for the whole month. So it's just not making sense how a light bill $7,000 is just not, and it's like bother me because it just like math Hoffa, how you don't see that this is not adding up, man? How does somebody cut your bill? Like, can you imagine, yo, you're paying your light bill, right? And I just can call your light company up and say, hey, cut that off. How does that work? They're gonna ask for the account number, verify this, and we're gonna send you a text. They're gonna do all of that. They ain't gonna just take some random dude saying, hey, cut that off. Are you the account holder, sir? Are you the account holder, ma'am? That's what's gonna be asked next.
I'm taking the steps to
Bruh, the electricity from the shop run into the basement, run into other apartments, run into different spots in the building. So this is why this nigga was always beefing about niggas not being in the shop.
That is the dumbest explanation I could think of, man. That's why. So the landlord was like, how does the landlord benefit? Yo, this is crazy. How does the landlord benefit from a rigged light structure unless he lives in the building as well? Like, but why would he rig? But that would be dumb though. Like, what benefit would the landlord get to rig every apartment building? I mean, not building, but every apartment within the building. Like, it would make more sense if the landlord rigged your thing to feed his light, to feed his electricity. Why would he rig the whole, like, it just, math, this is the best you could come up with. And this chick with him, yeah, yo, man, women, yo, stop, man, stop. Help your men out. Do not help them become the worst they can become. Help them be great, man. Be a real help meet.
Cause if we not there and that bill come, just like I knew, where the fuck this shit come from? We ain't been in here. And they're telling us, yo, you gotta pay for that.
take legal action against the situation, but it's
Yes. But listen, hold on, let's go back. How does the landlord tell you got to pay your light bill? That's some crazy shit. That the landlord doesn't care about your light bill or gas or water bill. That is the city telling you better pay or we cutting you off. Why would the landlord care if you're paying your credit card bill or your car notes? Why would they care? That's you. The credit card company will care, and the car dealership you finance your car will care. But why would the landlord say you got to pay your light bill? Yeah, this is crazy. I never heard of that. That's crazy. That's up to you. You want to cut in the dark? That's on you. Just cut and get my damn money. That's all landlord care about. You don't want to cut your light on? That's on you. But you gonna give my damn monthly rent? Chat. How is a landlord telling you got to pay your light bill? How is another person cutting your light off, your electricity off? That's wild, man. That's just unbelievable, crazy stuff that he believes.
tough. I can't turn the power back on because I need a lease, and if the lease is through this person, I'm subleasing, and they're not in communication. It's like we've been stuck.
Tough spot.
We've been stuck, and it's tough for me because, Rob, I got so many memories in this place. But if I gotta let it go, I gotta let it go. But
So your memory's not worth $7,000? That's wild. And again, man, you need to figure out the real reason Like, yo, it's not hard to just call the damn electric company and figure out why is the bill so high. They will tell you. But I don't believe it's in your name. I believe it's in the, I believe everything is in the woman's name, and you're not subleasing on paper. You're sublease. You did a verbal, quote unquote, sublease agreement, and that's that. But the bill's in her name. The water bill's in her name, and you're paying her the monthly amount.
I know this is wrong. What was done is wrong, and I want to fight. So if any of y'all knows the laws of New York City and how I can fight this the right way, get in contact with me. And if there's any barbershops out there that's like, yo, if you want to use our space, holla at us or whatever. Maybe we go on a barbershop tour.
Okay, so that part right there really disturbed me. So you're asking, and you're math hop. You're supposed to be successful. You're supposed to have some bread, and you're asking the chat for legal advice. You're asking the chat about barbershop space. That concerned me the most about what we just watched. Like, bro, you don't have a lawyer? You don't have the experts around? Mr. My expert opinion? Like, yo, that really saddened me. And that part right there let me know that he's sincerely stupid, but he's sincere, and he's being taken advantage of, and nobody should be taken advantage of. Nobody. Like, I won't take advantage of anybody. I don't give a damn how I view you. I'm not going to take advantage of you. So he's being like this. I had so many clients where, I felt like, now they could pay me for 4 more months and figure out this ain't working for them. But I told them immediately, like, hey, man, look, and I could have used that money. But I'm like, yeah, man, look, this ain't really work. You might want to do something else, move around somewhere else. But that's what it is. And look, you want my honest, assessment. That's it right there. Now you can keep paying me. You can say, hey, Mr. Ron, I thank you, but I think something good come out of this. I want to keep up with your services. Shit, I wasn't gonna say no. I give you full disclosure. Hey, this ain't working out. But you say, hey, nah, let's just see. Give it another year. Okay. You did. I'll do that. Okay, that's on you now. But I did my part. So I believe he's being taken advantage of. This dude got no lawyer. That's why I say, now, if you don't have a lawyer for civil matters like this, that means you don't have a lawyer for taxes either, or you don't have a CPA for taxes. That's how I concluded. Okay, this dude got tax problems. Now, I could be 100% wrong because I don't have much to go off other than a weird story that he's telling that's most likely a lie, or is mixed with lies. So that's how based off a little bit I heard from that in this next clip I played to you, that's what made me conclude, okay, I believe it's bigger than some light bill. I believe he owes the IRS more money than he have, or just about all of his money. Because again, if you're that stupid to don't have a lawyer for civil matters, then you're that stupid to don't have a lawyer for your finances, your taxes. To me, that's just like they go hand in hand.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe
we go on a barbershop tour. Because we damn sure can't sit up in the shop and tell ghost stories with flashlights underneath our chins. Like, yeah, so.
And yeah, and here's the other thing. If you're not on, here's the other thing that made me look at him funny. Like, dude, if you're not on paperwork and the bill's not in your name, why you just can't leave and open up another shop? Look, he's there now. He could take all of his stuff out. So it's not like he don't have access to the shop. Now, it's one thing if you don't have access to the shop, they're locking the door, they change the keyhole. Okay, now you have a big problem because now all your memorabilia is in there. You know, a lot of stuff that you know are you grown attached to. You can't just let it go. You can't just let it go. Now I get that. Okay, now you're in a bigger problem. But bro, you have access to the shop. You can easily move your stuff out. So it looks like they're not withholding things from him. It looks like they just want him to go. So again, this doesn't make sense. Why not just collect your things? You're not on paperwork. The bill is 7,000. It's not your problem because it's not in your name. It's in her name. And just go do you, man, in another area, starting brand new, show going on. You got the same cast. You did what changes other than the shop? And yo, you think we care about the shop? Tariq Nasheed changed locations. You know, he was going live one place. Now he got a man cave designated for just lives, right? Hassan Campbell changes his stuff like that. People change their settings. Like, what's the big deal? I think Vlad setting changed. I know these academics change, his setting changed sometimes. Like, so what is the big deal about changing a setting? Like the viewers will get adjusted to it. Just keep the content the same, keep the energy the same, and keep the interviews coming. Like, yo, he's not, according to him, he's not legally tied to anything in that shop. Why he just can't leave? The balance is not his, it's hers. Because first of all, she didn't cut the light off. You can't cut if the balance was hers, I read the law, you still can't cut it off. But according to him, he thinks she cut it off, therefore it's in her name. So there's nothing like tying him to that shop. I don't understand why he just can't get his belongings and open up a shop somewhere else. I just don't. And again, for him, it's not about the shop or the location. It doesn't matter. He has online. He's online. He's not in person.
So how was it working with Jay-Z and do you have any memories of Tupac?
All right. So allow me to expose what really happened. Okay, so now this is I want you to see how long ago this was. So this is 3 days ago. You see it right here? It's 3 days ago. Okay, I'm gonna go 2 months earlier. You know me, I like to consider myself a YouTube journalist. Okay. So I'm gonna go to my clips. You know, Tone got the numbers, I got the clips. So look what I'm about to do. Look who's here. All right. So just tell you, I clipped this 17 hours ago. So this was yesterday sometime or earlier today. It's earlier today. So watch what I found out.
Because me, myself, I've been considering quitting podcasting for a while to push my music.
Wait, you're going to quit your podcast?
Yeah.
Okay.
To quit.
Even though there's way more success.
This is why he wore shades. Nothing in his eyes make you believe he's telling the truth. Okay, so now look, 2 months earlier, he told Vlad TV that he's thinking about quitting podcasting. Okay, so now you see the bigger picture. He already seen the rah-rah, the foolishness going on in his inner circle. He already seen where the shop was going. So instead of looking at his mind, he's trying to save face. So he's talking about, hey, I'm just going to quit podcasting to Vlad TV. And Vlad TV, it just doesn't make any sense to him. So you seemingly got a successful podcast and you're just going to give it up. Right? Nobody does that. So I'm going to go from the beginning again. So I want you to look at Math Hoffa lying eyes and look at Vlad's pushback and look at Math's response to the pushback. He's so insecure because again, he's looking at it like he's a dummy.
Me, myself, I've been considering quitting podcasting for a while. To push my music.
What, you're going to quit your podcast?
Yes. To quit my
Even though there's way more success on the podcast side than the music
sometimes it's
side.
not about the success, it's about what your heart is telling you to do, bro.
Yeah, but you're also getting older. You're getting older. And there's certain careers that,
Vlad, listen.
So right here, he's trying to save face. He see the podcast is going to be nothing, so he's trying to get ahead of it and just say, "Hey, man, I'm gonna quit podcast." So now you see where it's coming from. The dude's lying to Vlad, like, "Hey, Vlad, everything's all good. I'm just gonna quit while I'm up, and while it's stuck, I'm gonna quit podcasting." He's not telling Vlad like where it's at, and this is where it must go because he failed. He's not gonna say that. He's gonna say, "Hey, I'm just gonna quit while I'm up." So Vlad, like, wait a minute, so you just gonna quit podcasting while it's so successful? And oh, it's not about success, man. It's about where your heart is at. The dude is just full of shit.
Easier to do as
Vlad,
you get up in
listen
age.
to me. I do not give a fuck.
So again, see, he's an emotional guy that don't base any of his decisions on sound logic and reasoning. He's an emotional guy and he makes emotional decisions. So nothing Vlad tells him, Vlad, I don't give a F-U-C-K. I'm just going to be dumb and make another dumb decision. But we know it's a lie. We know what will really happen in the background, looking forward, where we're at now.
If my heart is telling me, yo, man, you love this, go this way.
Okay.
I've always been the guy that's like, I don't care how many people tell me no, I'm gonna go find out. Cause
now, that's dumb. No advisor would ever advise that. Ignore all of the good advice. Like, again, like women, I ain't trying to drag you down, but that was some emotional, feminine behavior there. A woman's told, hey, he's no good for you. He's a dog. Look, he got 6 baby mothers already. Yeah, but my heart, I'm just going to find out myself. With me, he's going to have a baby. He's going to stay with me. I don't care what you guys are saying to me. That's just some young girl stuff. This guy said, I don't give a damn how many people direct me straight. Direct me in the right way, down the right path. I don't care. I'm going to do the opposite and find out. Well, he effed around and found out, didn't he?
But you also have to account into what people are reacting to and what's actually.
So I want y'all to look at his lying eyes when Vlad exposed his reason for quitting the podcast as stupid. So now Vlad is gaming him like his little boy. Look at his lying eyes. Look at his posture. See, when I watch those interrogation shows, they make some of those shows, they have a narrator and they like an expert narrator and they like show posture, like, when a suspect sits a certain way, they're confident. So in that confident stance, in that confident position, the detective's got to notice that and speak to him a certain way, like more fragile, because as confident as he is, he might, no, I'm sorry, it's the opposite. When they're confident, they're going to talk more. But when they're sitting like that, a detective got to back up. They can't be as hard because he's tensed up. He's not confident, so he's probably going to ask for a lawyer. So when a suspect is postured like that, the detective will fall back and be more easy and more friendly. This is the good cop, bad cop. He's going to be good cop now because his position is fragile. He looks like he's insecure, fragile. So a good detective will read his body language and fall back and start to like be more of his friend. So, hey, man, so how they might even say this to him. So, I'm just curious. So your childhood, how was it? Like, was it rocky? Did you have trauma? Now, they're acting like they're trying to find out what led him to be a suspect, but they're just making him easy, less tense. So he thinks they're trying to find out some reasons why he did the dumbness. They don't care about that. They want you to ease up. Be more relaxed. Talk to us, man. So his position, his body language is like showing me like he's not secure, like how he normally would sit when he's in his own arena. Like I'm telling you, he's a guy who's not used to being in circles or environments that he can't control. Because now he's a fish out of water, and look how who sits like that?
Gaining energy. You see what I'm saying? Like, I saw, because, if you look at my, I was a beat maker for a while. Didn't work out. No one was really gravitating towards my stuff like that, When I became a DJ, I saw a lot of energy around that. I got mixed.
It's like a little boy, he's sitting here and being taught a lesson about not how to make dumb mistakes.
Mixtape of the year. You know what I'm saying? The rap phenomenon, mixtapes, and the rock phenomenon.
So DJ Vlad had mixtape of the year, and he's let him know with all that success, he knew when to get out, basically.
I'm on the mashups and everything else like that. And that was great. I loved that era, but I also realized the money wasn't there.
But it wasn't in your heart, Vlad.
It was in my heart, but I also...
because you see, so he's trying to lead. You don't do that. You don't lead people to an answer. But it wasn't in your heart, Vlad. See, he did that bullshit. He should have asked him. But, Matt, look, it wasn't in your heart, Vlad. Why did he say that? Because he's trying to justify this dumbass reason why he wants to quit his podcast instead of just being honest and say, Vlad, I owe $7,000. And I don't have the money. That's why I'm quitting the podcast.
Because you told me stories about seeing people do stuff and just knowing that you wouldn't be able to do that. I've never felt like that. I've never watched anybody and said,
when I saw Kid Capri DJ,
that.
when I saw...
Okay, so now this is a lying tether. He never seen somebody and said, I can't do that. Like, I hate when people lie like that. So when you watch LeBron James, Stephen Curry, SGA, Jokic, you look at them and say, I can do that. So that's what Vlad's going to say right now. Vlad going to be like, what are you talking about? There's many things out, there's many examples I look at and I say, I can't do that. So he's going to name Kid Capri, DJ Kid Capri. Listen.
Kid Capri on the mic.
Anybody said,
when I saw Kid Capri DJ, when I saw Kid Capri on the mic, I said, I can't do that.
I've never felt like that.
So you never heard a song
felt like that.
and said, but you also have to account.
Okay, you see he's lying. He like, yo, come on, are you serious? I mean, it's just this. Like, he's not honest with himself. That's why he's been a failure, and that's why he resorts to selling drugs, because he's not honest with himself. He's still trying to learn himself. So sometimes a guy like him need to do about 15 years so they can get to know themselves.
Name it. Name who, Kanye, Drake, Kendrick, name it. I've never felt like that.
Okay.
Ever.
Well, maybe it's still in you then. Maybe that huge hit.
So he said he never felt like he can't get to Kanye level, Drake level, Kendrick Lamar level. He felt like he can get there one day. Like, this is a guy who's been trying to succeed in rapping for most of his adult career. He got absolutely nowhere. Even on his podcast, right, that's like 1 million subscribers, he played the intro be his music. And if you read the chat hates, his supporters hate his music. But he says that he never felt like he can't get to Drake level, Kendrick Lamar, or Kanye West. This is a delusional man. And I personally could never hang around somebody this damn delusional.
It is just waiting to be unleashed to the world. I'm not going to tell you it's not there like that. Okay.
Ever.
Well, maybe it's still in you then. Maybe that huge hit is just waiting to be unleashed to the world.
Like 40
I'm
years
not going
old.
to tell you it's not there.
I mean,
it's totally up to you. But for me, I guess I feel like throughout life, there are eras that coincide with certain careers.
But he
right?
got schooled.
At 51, I am 100% positive I will never be an Olympic athlete. I am totally sure of this.
Olympic athlete.
I knew that as a DJ, although I loved it,
Yo, look at he's smiling. The inhale, like this guy position is he's insecure because he's not in control of what's going on. The deep breath, the smile. Like, why would you smile like that when you disagree with him, but he's cooking you? Like everything about this guy is he's not confident, he's not secure, he's a coward. And Vlad probably could read through that.
as I was getting older,
So
I
he
couldn't
tried to
really
get that
rely
hat.
on people booking me for gigs and doing mixed.
So Vlad just cooking him. But he got the hat on, the jacket, and he believes that convinces everybody all the time. But some folks just not convinced. Some people know you're a scared little man.
tapes, which are kind of illegal, and trying to do that. I
Name it. Name who Kanye.
35.
Right.
Yeah, 35. I started Vlad TV because I'm thinking about what am I about to do in my 40s, and
Okay, so what is he doing with the jacket? When I first seen this, I thought he was taking the jacket off, the coat off, the coat. I thought he was taking it off. And then he stopped, like, look, it looked like he's clearly trying to take the coat off. And then he stops and don't take it off. I mean, I would just like, dude, what are you doing, man? This is a guy who's, and look, tell me he's not taking his coat off and he stops midway and just leaves it hanging. Like this was some weird stuff. Look at this guy. Like, and that freaks me out. When somebody's this inconsistent, it just freaks me out.
35.
Right.
Yeah, 35. I started Vlad TV because I'm thinking about what am I about to do in my 40s, and traveling around the world, doing $1,500 DJ gigs was not what I was looking forward to.
Right.
So I had to shift to find something that made more sense for my age as I was going into my 40s and eventually.
Okay, so he takes the coat off. He pulls the sleeve up so everybody can see his watch. And I don't mind that, but again, like he's giving what I do have a problem with that. He's giving off the energy that he's rich. He wants you to show his what's that AP watch. So he wants to give off the imagery that he's rich, but he can't afford a $7,000 light bill. That's the watch probably costs $150,000, $250,000. But bro, you can't pay $7,000 for electricity. That's just driving me nuts, man. Like this guy just too inconsistent.
Into my 50s.
There's a guy online named Brian Johnson. Heard of this guy?
Yeah, I interviewed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that doesn't want to die.
Talk to him about age.
Yeah,
How does he feel about it?
but he invests like
Okay, so now Vlad was making a point. It's like, yo, at some point, bro, you got to consider your age and the work you want to do, right? At some point, you got to do that. You can't be 56 years old doing construction, like hardcore groundwork. Like you got to consider your age. So he just saying, hey, man, you got to consider your age when it comes to rapping. This is a young man sport. You're like 50 years old and you're trying to start brand new now. Like, if it hadn't worked for you in the past, what makes you think it's going to work now, basically? He's trying to like get him. So he said, you ever heard this guy randomly? Again, this is a guy it's a tether. They don't listen to what you're saying. They just want to respond and win. They don't want to be right. They want to win. So he's responding about an older guy that Vlad actually interviewed. And they said, yeah, man, talk to him about age. And listen to how Vlad responds and cooks him. And it's making this guy insecure because he's getting rebutted every chance. He making an excuse to like talk about he'll rather be a rapper than a podcaster. He's trying to justify that, and Vlad is cooking him.
Brian Johnson. Heard of this guy?
yeah, I interviewed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that doesn't want to die.
Talk to him about age.
Yeah,
How does he feel about
but
it?
he invests like $3 million a year into his health.
And you can invest time to buy you some time.
Yeah.
I'm in better shape than a lot of young niggas out there.
Hey man, listen, I'm not saying not to do it. If you feel
And
like
ex-girlfriends attest to that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, two
Ex-girlfriends will attest to that, sure. And that's why the ex-girlfriends, right? They still not with you. Like, that dudes be corny.
Chains. 2 Chains did that, right?
Yeah.
2 Chains, I think, broke the mold as an older rapper.
All right, so now there's something I didn't clip that you just got to hear to believe it. So let me share that with you now. He says something that's going to like, listen, I got to play this. I have to play it. When you hear this, if you're not sold that this guy is just as bananas as Umar Johnson and Marcus Garvey was, nothing will. Listen to what this guy said about himself. If y'all don't believe he's delusional and out of touch with reality after this claim, then there's nothing going to convince you. Okay? Listen to this nut. Listen to this.
More money, if I just put 100% into the shit, why
Okay,
not?
let me back up.
Money and more different.
The
You know
money
what I'm
doesn't
saying?
motivate you?
It doesn't in things. And for some things, you know.
So this is him lying about he's going to quit the podcast for no reason to pursue his rapping career, right? So it was for a reason, but it was to pursue, he's going to quit a successful podcast to pursue his rapping career that's unsuccessful, okay? And he's going to try to make sense of it. Listen, and Vlad is like, what are you talking about, man? You're a failed rapper on all levels, but you're going to quit a successful podcast to entertain an unsuccessful career. Your rapping career has proven to be unsuccessful, and you're going to try to jumpstart that, and leave a running car idle.
It was a learning lesson, but I can't fight it. I can't wake up and feel different. I don't know how to tell myself, yo, feel different.
The
You know
money
what
doesn't
I'm saying?
motivate you?
It doesn't go away.
The money doesn't.
So Vlad said the money doesn't motivate you because he's acting like nothing motivates him to keep doing podcasting. He's lying about he's bored with podcasting and he want to pursue the rap career because he just love rap so much. And keep in mind, we know today about the shot. You know, all the drama about the shot. Now we didn't know that 2 months ago. This interview was 2 months ago, so we didn't know about all this drama in the shot. So people were like, "Wow, you gonna quit the podcast? Wow, for his rap career? That's stupid." But had he said this after we know about the shop, we would know better. We would know he's not quitting the podcast for a rap career. We would know that the podcast failed. So now he want to resurrect his failing rap career because the podcast is over. Now, listen to what he's going to say about himself. That's going to make all y'all just turn this damn live off. Listen.
Doesn't motivate you.
It's not so much, because if I believe that I can make myself, yo, feel different.
Okay, and then he's still playing with his coat. He like takes it off halfway, then they don't take it off. Like stuff like that just bothers me. Like, dude, you're uncomfortable, but you're trying to present yourself as secure and an alpha man. But I can tell you're taking your coat off halfway. You know, like that bothers me because he's cosplaying as a secure man, and he's lying about this podcast cancellation thing he want to do and to pursue a failing rap career. That bothers me, man. Like that irks me. Somebody just who's pretending to be secure, who's not, and who just lying.
The
You know
money
what I'm
doesn't
saying?
motivate you?
It doesn't go away.
The money doesn't motivate you.
It's not so much,
Look
because
at
if
the
I
quote.
believe that I can make that money and more money, if I just put 100% into the shit, why not? I know I am one of the best rappers in the world. I know that I've signed a nigga that possibly is the best rapper in the world.
Okay.
So he knows that he's one of the best rappers in the world. This guy said he knows that he didn't say one of the best battle rappers. He'd be like, he's not even top 10 battle rappers all time. But he's gonna tell you that he's one of the best studio recording rappers right now. Like, if that's not severe delusion, then you guys are possibly facing delusion. Yeah, his fan base, they scoff at his music. If I scroll down the comment section on this interview, I guarantee you somebody addressed that comment he said about he's one of the best rappers. Like that is pure delusion. Okay? He's nowhere near in somebody's daily music rotation.
Okay. I know that I've signed it. It's not so much, because if I believe that I could make that money and more money, if I just put 100% into the shit, why not? I know I am one of the best rappers in the world. I know that I've signed a nigga that possibly is the best rapper in the world.
Okay.
I know that I have a motherfucker that is so talented and so fucking diverse that they can do pretty much anything. These guys are gold mines. And if I sit here, like, I'm gonna play it safe. Keep fucking podcasting. I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna keep dealing with, the backlash, whatever fuck someone says in front of me, like I'm the one who fucking said it. Like, I can't do that, bro. It's not for me. It's not for me. I really believe in my shit.
Right. No, you don't. You feel like the shop is failing, right? It's over. And now the only way you can make money now is rapping. Even though rapping gives you a few pennies, that's better than nothing. That's the real reason why you're doing this. And those artists that signed with you, they signed with you because you were Math Hoffa, the podcaster, who had influence, who had a popping podcast that gave them, light, exposure. But now you're just Math Hoffa with no podcast, no exposure. These rappers don't want to work with you. Like, yo, you really believe they like you like that? No, they want to know what, as they should, they want to know, how can you help me get the most exposure I can get without, the most exposure I can get better than what I can do for myself. And the Math Hoffa, My Expert Opinion podcast can put them in front of hundreds of thousands of people, potentially 1 million. But your own works, you probably got maybe 50 YouTube subscribers. So, but the bottom line is that they're with Math Hoffa for his influence, his exposure, not because he's a cool guy. They're signed to him because of his potential exposure. That's it. Not because he's a cool guy.
But keep it, like, I can't do that, bro. It's not for me. It's not for me. I really believe in my shit.
No, you don't.
You know what I mean?
But keep in mind, right? There's a difference.
Yo, look at his body language, bro. Pause, as Vlad counters that. He's so insecure. He does not believe what he's saying.
Being the best rapper in the world and being the best songwriter in the world.
Hey,
because they're not the same thing always.
I believe I can be both, bro. I believe that. I believe that.
Because there's a different skill set.
I have 180 songs that no one's ever heard.
Right. And we don't want to.
After you hear those 180, then you give me a judgment.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But for right now,
Matt, there's a reason why we never heard that music. Because you don't believe in it. Nobody told you it was fire. That's why we don't have to give you a judgment, bro. The fact we never heard that music lets us know you don't believe in yourself. There's probably most likely 180 songs of hot garbage. And I'm not even like joking, I'm being real. I know most likely it's 180 songs of wasted time in the booth.
No one's really heard what I can really do.
But you push your music through the podcast. It starts off.
I push light records.
I told you push the music through the podcast. I told you, man, I know. Vlad knows, I know. Like, dude, those guys signed with you because they believe you'll push their music through the podcast to get national exposure. But now you want to sign them and try to say, hey, I'm going to quit podcasting. Be like, the hell you are. even put my damn music over that damn podcast. How you talking about you quitting? So how else my music gonna get exposure? Just tether babble.
Yeah.
I don't mind not putting a budget through. It's like a taste tester. You know what I'm saying? I've never really sat down and said, you know what, for the next 6 months, I'm doing this. I haven't done that. At no point in my life, it's either I had a kid on the way, I had to get on my hustle, I was out in the streets.
So he's further exposing like this lifestyle is not for him. How the hell were you a rapper for like 20 years and you never dedicated yourself to rap? That's an embarrassing confession.
There's no point in my life
It means he's just purely
that I know that I put a good 6 months into rapping. Even in the battle rap days, bro, I would write my shit the week of. Like,
and that's why it was trash. That's why you got like the least watched battle raps. We look at the views, you versus other folks. You're most likely the most least watched in the battle rap community because you're writing your stuff the day of. While this guy is preparing for a month for some clever shit, you're disrespecting the game and you're writing your bars a week prior. Very disrespectful, and that explains how garbage you were.
and I was able to touch heights in that shit. So
True.
what does 6 months of just math?
He's lying, bro. You did not touch heights. Again, I used to be a big battle rap guy. Math Hoffa name was not buzzing other than for punching people. That's it. Okay, his name, you had Holla the Don, you had John the Don, Sue Surf, you had Big T. I'm just off the top. T-Rex. You had B Magic. You had Conceited. Like you had just way DNA. You just had way bigger. K-Shine. You just had way bigger. You had Hitman Holla. You just had way bigger names than goddamn Math Hoffa. That's just a fact. He was a small puppy. He had bill collector. Trying to think who's from the South. So I gave you Big T. But just a lot of hosts of other folks. You had my boy Heartless, who really wasn't that popular like that. So Math was probably more popular than Heartless. But Shotgun Shug, these are all East Coast guys. You had, of course, you had Loaded Lux. You had who's the guy? God damn, big nose dude that signed with Dame Dash. But anyway, like you had like huge names in the game, and there's other guys who I didn't name, I didn't like at the time, but people respect them. You had a lot of people, man, that I'm not naming, but Math Hoffa name was weak in the battle rap scene. So for him to act like he got success in battle rap, dude, stop.
Math Hoffa being this. What does 6 months of just Math Hoffa being this look like?
We don't know because that's not in you. You would never give 6 months of Math Hoffa. You never did. You're 50 years old. You never did. You won't do it now, dude. That's just not in you. You don't give 6 months into something. You smoke all day, bro. And you'll say, I'll do it tomorrow. That's what you do.
Look, if you have the money put aside where you could survive during those 6 months, and if you feel that you could jump back into my expert opinion, if it doesn't work out,
look at his body language.
Then go for it. There you go. It's that easy. I mean, look, I remember.
Okay, and so anyway, so I'm gonna end it right there, and I'm gonna pick up tomorrow morning on the second half. Okay, the second half, I'm gonna give commentary on this and this. Okay, so I'm gonna end it with that, and at some point I gotta go in this, right? So because you got tethers who you got tethers who talk about black crime and things like that. And this is Palm Beach. This is all like it says only thugs, Palm Beach County mugshots, Florida. And you'll see a lot of these tethers that's like cosplaying as FBAs. But if you look at their name, you'll know they're not FBA. Right?
Yo, yo, yo. All right, so let's pick up. This is the tomorrow. So now let's pick up. Brother sent some good links. All right, so let's click on the links that my brother sent his staff. Let's go to bigger picture first. All right, let's go to bigger picture. This is his next tab.
Bigger, you big for nothing. Damn. I'm big for nothing after 3.5 fucking years, a nigga ain't touch you. I'm big for nothing, but a nigga never came and blew no shots in front of the fucking store when I was there. Hey. Oh. And do I need to rewind?
Do you think the
The landlord got you out of there because niggas is coming in front of your store, busting shots. Matt Hoffa, blow, blow, blow. Y'all want to know the truth?
That's the truth.
There go the truth.
He ain't racist.
Ain't no landlord racist. Ain't nobody keeping you there. You got niggas coming to the shop, blow, blow, blow in front of the shop, nigga. You got guests and your co-host running in the back on the floor, getting on the deck, running for sheer life, while Nick the gunman is at the door.
Oh my God.
Where y'all at, niggas? Bitch ass niggas, where y'all at? What the fuck that happened when I was there?
I was not there. I don't know nothing.
I didn't ask that. You did that happen when I was there.
No, that never happened.
Did you ever even feel anything like that could happen when I was there?
It would be impossible. It would be impossible.
The depth of my expert opinion. Do we need to go further? That's what happened. You didn't know about business, but your man sitting next to your best friend, the dude who loved you, is a
Hey, yo, didn't I make that assessment? Now, from a guy looking in from his home, right, nowhere near the podcast. I don't know those guys on the podcast at all. But didn't I make that assessment? I said, bro, he got people right there in the shop. I said Bigger by name, and I said Esso Bagfield. I said Bigger by name, and I said Esso from Bagfield. I said you got two people right there with you that been in the industry, that got their own podcast up and running, professional looking. Dudes know the business, and you refused. Okay, you refuse to ask them their expert opinion, right? You refuse to ask them because you're the expert too, and you don't want to say somebody help me. You know, it's that thing where we want to pretend we did it by ourselves, right? We want to pretend it could be done by ourselves, and we know that. Well, you should know that it takes a team. Why would anybody want to do something by themselves? Why would anybody want to do something voluntarily, do it by yourself? It takes a team to get things done. Why would you want to on some Umar Garvey stuff? Why would you want to be the janitor, the teacher, the plumber, the HVAC technician? So I said that without knowing anything about their business. I said, yo, he could have asked. I say, look, I knew he didn't ask those folks. I know people like Math Hoffa. I got friends. I got people who remind me of Math Hoffa. Failed just like him, by the way, miserably. Just like him. And those folks, they refuse to ask for help because they want to pretend. They are pretendians. They want to pretend that they are the chief. They're pretendians. I'm the chief. I got everything covered. I don't want to ask you because I believe you're going to view me as not being the chief. Like, dude, it's okay, man. Like, all of us don't know a lot. That's why you network. So he just said it. Ain't no damn racist landlord. I said all this last night on my late humble opinion. That's my show, my humble opinion. His show is my expert opinion. A clown like him, mine is my humble opinion. You dig? That's what this called right now. This is called my humble opinion. I said that no racist landlord, and he just capped it off. Let's go back. Good link.
Blow! Blow! Blow!
Hold on. I got two speakers playing, and I'm getting an echo. All right, cool. So dude's up there shooting up his shot, which I already knew that. This guy burned so many bridges and talk trash. Okay, all right.
In front of the shop, nigga.
So this is recent. Wow. Hey, yo, good look for sending this. I'm thinking this was, hey, bro, when you sent me this link, I'm thinking this was old. I'm thinking this something bigger said when they fell out, during that time. I didn't know he did something just now. Like, yeah, that is, good. I told you, man, the chat be, y'all be the reason why I have a humble opinion. Because y'all be hooking your boy up with some links and information in the chat. And I be reading, I be clicking, I be watching if it's a video. This is a good, this was on the money. Good luck for this right here. Damn. Listen, I would have played this last. If I would have known that this was recent, I wouldn't have played this. I got recent stuff to play, all right, before this. Let me pause on this. I didn't know that it was recent. Let me go right here. Okay, so I told you that he needs to cry. I said, bro, one thing I said, I know guys like this, guys who don't want to cry, they're so tough, but they need to because they some trauma happened in their life, whether teenager, childhood, and you have those commercials that say, hey, have you been touched in a juvenile hall, blah, 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 blah. And that's unfortunate because those juvenile places, they are definitely, filled up with Black youth, whether FBA or non-FBA, they're Black in there, and they're being taken advantage of by predators. Like these predators, I believe, are purposely being chosen, like indirectly or directly, negligently or whatever, or on purpose, right? But they're not doing a great background check for folks they hire. And folks coming in with those disfigured faces. A lot of predators be having those disfigured faces, right? You wouldn't even need a diagnosis. You don't need to do a background check. You can look at a predator face and see, that. Yep, he got that disfigured face. This is okay. And I believe they were being selected. Like, yeah, you're hired, bro. No interview. You're on salary. Don't worry about it. We got you. Because like this happens so often. These are where kids are the most vulnerable. They seem to always be consistent in hiring predators to go take advantage of them. And then now we have this large LGBTQ, community, and then they all lie and act like they was born like that. It's like, yeah, okay. Anyway, I said, bro, you need to cry. I said this last night. I said he needs a good cry every so often because that'll kill all that fake toughness, all that fake gangster. He's not a gangster. He never squabbles up. He sucker punches everybody. Okay. And I'm not against sucker punches, but when he does it, it's usually uncalled for. Because sometimes you need to sucker punch somebody to get the threat, to neutralize the threat. And then somebody might be disrespecting you, and, period. And you need to eliminate them. So you get a good sucker punch in, clear. Let's be clear. And then you're able to go home. You don't want to scuffle. He don't deserve a scuffle, right? Some people don't deserve a scuffle because they're so disrespectful. You just want to get them out of there and go about your business. So some sucker punches are needed. I'm not anti sucker punch. I think that's a good punch when eliminating a threat. But he sucker punch when it's not called for. He never knocks anybody out. So he's not a squabble up guy at all. But I say, yo, you need to cry because you got too much anger and self-hatred in you and too many insecurities. You need to cry. I said that last night. I watched this one right here today. So again, I think the dude is trash, but I still watch his content because that's what great journalists do. I'm a self-proclaimed YouTube journalist. You dig? And I gotta watch his content so I could be correct when I make my assessments or near correct. Listen to this clown.
In the hood, just like I grew up, I credited myself for not crying for like 10 years. For like 10 years, I did not cry, and it was like a badge for me. And when people would cry around me,
listen, chat, if y'all heard that assessment, if y'all was around earlier when I played that live over from last night, y'all heard me say he needs a good cry. And he came back and said he prided himself not crying for so many years, 10 plus years. Yeah, I be knowing this stuff, man. I just be knowing this stuff. I'm like decorated with experience, and I'm very sociable, so I meet a lot of people. It's easy for me to meet people, man. It's not hard. I'll go to the gym. I'll be in Downey City. You dig? I'll be in Downey City. I guarantee you, Downey just bring me to the gym, bring me to the park or bowling alley or anywhere guys is talking about sports or rap, whatever, hip hop, Kendrick, Drake. I get it. Downey, drop me off, bro, and go. I bet you come back. I got 3 friends. I bet you I got 3 friends. Just drop me off and go, bro. I bet you come back. I got 3 friends. That's how easy it is for me to get along with people. But people and people like Matt Hoffa that can't keep his circle around him, that's always been a red flag for me. Not just him. I got friends who cannot keep their friends. Matter of fact, you ever seen this? You ever experienced? You have a friend. They introduce you to their friends, and you become more cool with their friends than them. That's because they're no good person, man. So a lot of my friends are usually my ex-friends. Anyway, listen to this clown story.
Like, I don't cry, nigga. I don't cry, nigga. It's been 10 years, nigga. 10 years. Ain't a tear. I don't even know how to cry. And for real, it really did get like that. So the times that I wanted to cry, I was just making an ugly face. I'm dead ass. You're laughing.
And that's what that right there in the background is what he does not need. He does not need an enabler. And I tell women, be a great help meet to your man. Don't sit back there and encourage bad behavior. And men, don't let women encourage your bad behavior. You dig? If they doing that's a key sign. That ain't the woman for you. You know what I mean? But you got to know yourself, and you got to know when you're giving off negative vibes and you're not in your second half, your other half is enabling. You got to let that go. That chick will line you up to get deleted out there over some, he touched me, but she provoked it. No. So she back there laughing, and he's excited to tell the story more now. No, you don't need that. She need to be saying, yeah, man, you were wrong, man. You need to let that go. Like you're harboring so much negativity. That's not a time to be laughing and joking, but people surround themselves with negative people. That's why they have negativity all day long.
And I felt fake. I felt fake because no tears would go. It's like my shit's dried up. My shit was like shriveled. Carolina Raw, it would be dope to see you travel with it and expose new artists. Everyone is on the past and has been taxing on your spirit. Salute, King. Salute. Carolina Raw. Right? It's like my shit was dried up. I felt fake.
Let me say this. You have a lot of people who have not experienced the Black experience. I don't got to elaborate when I say that. What's already understood. does not need to be explained. You got a lot of people who have not experienced the Black experience. So they're from the outside looking in, and they look at Math Hoffa as representing the Black experience. So they'll see him as like as an OG or like somebody from the streets, you know, that really got respect. And now, like when you are a part of that Black experience, you see right through this clown. You know he's not respected. You know he's a 50 Cent type of guy. He, unfortunately, he's not too far from getting shot 6 times, 9 times. He's a dirt bag like 50 Cent. 50 Cent is still a dirt bag. He's another guy that can't keep his friends. So Math Hoffa is a 50 Cent type of guy. He's a moment away from getting hit up, you know, several times. These are dirt bags right here that nobody can, their own circles can't get along with. I bet you he can't bring family members on his podcast because I guarantee you he fell out with family members. I guarantee because his HITTY attitude, man.
Hey, I feel like, what am I doing? I would just stop. Like, what am I doing?
All right, so I just played that just to let you confirm what I said. Again, I made an assessment. I gave you guys a humble assessment on what I believe is going through with this guy. I said, yo, this dude needs to cry. I've never seen this video before. I watched this video today before I went live. I woke up this morning doing my journalist work. And thanks for the super chat. I just checked, you know, the super chat. Not super chat. I just checked the Cash App. All right, good look. I got coffee. Shit, man. I got coffee. I got some groceries. Thanks to y'all. You dig? I got more than coffee. I'm about to get coffee, milk. You did cream, sugar, turkey meat, ground turkey meat. Good luck. Y'all about to really create a damn beast. Yes. Let me see. Where you go? Wait. Oh, you ate it all? Good job. Yeah, let me get you more waffles with these Cash Apps right here. Yeah, you better get some waffles and syrup, some more syrup. He ran out his last apple today. So I give him in the morning, segue him a little bit. I believe in balanced diets. So he ate the waffles. You can say he ain't got the sugar yet, but he ate apples earlier. Okay, so he's drinking water. He rarely ever touches juice. So that's a balance. He don't get waffles and syrup and then juice and soda. No Capri Suns. He don't know what a Capri Sun is. He drinks water like 95%. Even when he was a baby, you know, I put water in he was drinking water in his baby bottle. That's a fact. Like 5 months old drinking water. So in case I guys, he got a waffle, yeah, but he ate apples before the waffle. All right, that I cut up. I scanned. You know how you descan them with the little the pillar thing. Peel the skin off, cut the apples up. Boom.
Look at different pennies.
Oh wow, yeah. What I got to do now is I need to get a damn juicer so I can do the apples and put because I have a hard time. I made carrots. I boiled carrots today, got them soft, and he touched it. He didn't even try it, threw it away. So I need to do that. I need a juicer. So, you know, some of this future Cash App money, I'm going to get a small little bullet juicer. I need a good one. I had a BS one, didn't work. Get a small bullet juicer, and I'm able to, you know, put the vegetables in there with the smother it with the fruit. So he just tastes he thinks that's juice. So that's my clever way to introduce juice to him from a juicer. Like, yeah, that's juice, right? Yeah. All right, it's carrots in there. Anyway, so this clown right here, I just want to expose that he has traumatic problems. Something happened to his life, and he also exposed he's seen a counselor. Now that part I didn't clip. I didn't clip the part where he went to a counselor, and I think that's what he did. He said that's what he did all the crying at. I said he needs to go seek counseling, like, you know, professional counseling, and let off, you know, the crying and be honest. Like, yo, I'm not a tough guy. I've been faking my whole life. I remember he was a scared little boy. Because even Mike Tyson said almost all of his fights, he said he was nervous in all of his fights. So even though he looked it all crazy and tough, Yo, bro, that's an act. Majority of my life, the tough guys play possum. Like tough guys don't really want to fight unless they have to beat you up. They're not looking for a fight. A tough guy is not looking for a fight. A real tough guy, from my experience, is looking for respect, and that's it. He ain't looking for a fight. He's looking for respect. As long as you respect him, you good around him. You know, they're gonna want to fight when they believe the respect is not there, and they ain't gonna be hooping and hollering. They're gonna just swing. All right, so that part I exposed. I told you he needed to cry. He said he needed to cry. He's in the chat. So I got some other stuff for y'all. Okay, so now let me go here. Okay, so this is 2 years ago. This is the Joe Budden podcast. This is Joe Budden exposing Math Hoffa 2 years prior that he ain't SHIT.
Oh. Word on the street.
Listen, word on the street.
Math got $3 million and got rid of these niggas.
Okay. Word on the street is that Math Hoffa got $3 million and got rid of his cast. Now these are the early guys. The bigger picture. These are the SO. These are the early guys. This is before even bigger. This is the first way. This is SO and his crony. The word is that he got a bag and got rid of these guys. He didn't want to pay them. Okay, so Joe Budden is going to call Math Hoffa live, and this clown Math Hoffa, looking for clout, is going to be a fool and talk about it.
Let's go. I don't know if that's true or false.
This is
Oh
what
my God. I do that, man. I log in the wrong account. These damn commercials.
As much as it pains me to have to do this.
I saw the same headlines that you did, and I said, "Oh shit, say word." I went.
We had running games. I just wanted to call and say where we going to eat at.
Okay, so he called Math Hoffa live. He said, "Yeah, I called you to say where we're going to eat at." So he's clowning him about the money that he heard that he took for himself and he split it. So he like, "Yo, you got the bag. Let's go eat." So Math Hoffa is actually entertaining it like a damn clown, clout chasing clown. 2 years ago.
we catch steak. We out.
Wait. Before I play another second, I got to do this. Cause I see everybody doing this. Now I got to do it. I got to do it because YouTube be giving me a hard time. Boom. Copyright disclaimer. Okay. There you go, YouTube. All right. Hey. There you go. All right. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay.
We at Dumbo House tonight.
I'm sorry to inform you. I saw the same headlines that you did, and I said, "Oh shit, say word." I went and checked my bank account, and it wasn't there.
Today. That's not how checks of that size work. Installment.
I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. I don't know.
It's looking for
it. Revolt never talked to me about no 2.7. That there's no, where's it coming from?
Yo, you so cute. You my man, so I'm gonna leave it alone. But this is like when Revolt, the rumor was out there that Revolt gave me $5 million.
You heard Joe Budden. Joe Budden said, "You so cute, I'm gonna leave it alone." So like, so Math is trying to lie in Joe Budden's face, and Joe Budden didn't want to do it to him. He said, "You so cute, but I'm gonna leave it alone." Like, dude, stop lying, bro. So he's gonna explain how this works. When there's news about a big payout, Joe Budden's gonna explain how there was news about his big payout through Revolt, and he's gonna explain how that actually works. Listen, while Math Hoffa is denying the money altogether, watch how Joe Budden really explains how it works.
Yeah, leave it alone. But this is like when
Revolt never talked to me about no 2.7. That there's no where is it coming from?
Yo, you so cute. You my man, so I'm gonna leave it alone. But this is like when Revolt, the rumor was out there that Revolt gave me $5 million. And they had never given me anywhere near $5 million, but that didn't mean they didn't give me something.
Okay. No, I'm not. Look, I'm not. There's interest there, but for niggas to just blatantly be throwing 2.7 million.
But is the interest?
You put in danger, I'm still in the hood.
But the interest is in y'all as a collective.
Not just money, bro.
Is the interest in all of you or just you?
I'll be honest with you. Every meeting that I sat down in, the team was never brought up. I had to fight for the team. I had to fight for the team. And you talk to anybody that I sat down with, I was always fighting for the team. But sometimes money or the suspicion of money changes people around you before it even has a chance to change you. And what we're seeing is a classic example of niggas pocket watching imaginary pockets. These niggas been left the show and started their own show and interviewing guests and shit like that, which is a violation of our contract. But I was reaching out to niggas for a month and a half, bro.
All right.
Nobody spoke to me until they.
All right. So who believes that? Math Hoffa is the bag, right? Like, he's not their peer. He's not on the same level as them. He is the bag. He's above them. He's their employer, basically. Why would those guys ignore the bag's texts and calls, right? When they're trying to get paid. Why would they? That's because he's probably doing this. He's probably trying to explain how the $3 million is a rumor. That's why they're not responding, because you're saying some BS. Yeah, I ain't get paid. Yo, look, had I got paid, look, I already had a check in my account the next day when Joe Budden just explained it. Now, that's not how big checks operate, bro. It takes a little while, but they'll come in increments, whatever. But he said, yeah, that's not how the big check works. Okay, you'll get it, And he even jokingly said, hey, look at your account tomorrow. It might be there. Just because you don't see the money today doesn't mean it's not on its way. So, this clown. So most likely he's probably doing those text messages to them, and they're not responding because he's trying to explain how he ain't got no money.
Till they suspected that there might be a deal on the table. And then a nigga tried to extort me, saying you'll get your equipment and your footage back if you give me this.
Chudakai, what's it called?
Kudatai.
Kumite.
And now I wake up this morning after like it's been a couple weeks that I kind of been out of it, and people around me are noticing, because I'm like, why is this happening? Why is this happening? I looked out for niggas. When niggas was walking in.
I told you, don't fall for that. Look out for ninjas, because Donnie might say, I'm biased, yo. You'll take me. I need a ride, bro. It's a 6-hour ride, man. I got you. I'm going to throw some bread at you. Now, that little I throw some bread at you, that could mean anything. That is so vague, but that works for some people, because we thinking like, I'm going to get paid for the value of the ride. All right, 6-hour ride. My man about to throw a couple hundreds at me. You did, because I got to come back. That's 6 hours again. So, but when he get there, he'll throw $30 at you. And that's called throwing bread at you. Literally more like breadcrumbs. So when he say, I look out for Negroes, like, that's the same language as breadcrumbs. I look out for dudes, man. Why they coming after me? Dude, what do you mean look out for me? Dude, you paid my cell phone bill. I want the money I'm worth, not no damn cell phone bill. So that's what he mean. Yo, man, I looked out for you, bro. You needed groceries. I paid for your groceries. I sent you something. And dude, no, just give me my money. So watch out for that type of language. I look out for need ninjas, and Joe gonna call him on that.
In the fucking shop, and his sneakers was leaning, and a man wasn't doing it.
That's not nice. That's not nice. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not nice.
I'm just showing you. I'm just showing you where I'm at with it, bro. I can't.
Wait. So why would somebody with a successful business like Matt Hoffa had still got? Why would they hire a guy with his sneakers leaning? Like, what type of work ethics? Like, what type of shiesties they're coming with? Like, dude, why would you do that? Like, but just you could tell that this dude is just. It looks like it. It seems like he's in some shady stuff in the background.
Can't see niggas around me not eating.
Then give him some of the money then.
Joe Budden said, "Give him some of the money then." You see, I can't see. Matt Hoffa said, "I can't see ninjas around me not eating." See that not eating? I look out for dudes. I'm gonna throw you bread. That literally is. I'm gonna give you a little bit of nothing, just so you can't say I didn't give you anything. You gotta say I gave you something. That's all people want when they want to cosplay like they looked out for you. Hey man, didn't I buy you bread? Yeah, but I didn't ask for that. I didn't even need bread, but you gave it to me, so I just took it home. Hey, let that go. You know, you brought me a dozen of eggs. You know, I didn't ask for that. I didn't even need it, but I took it because what else am I gonna do with it? Go back in there. Yeah, so what else am I gonna do with it? I just took it in the house. But if that's your way to say you gave me something, then I don't want these dozen of eggs. Take this back. So Joe Budden said, well, give him some of the money.
See niggas around me not eating.
Then give him some of the money then.
If anybody felt any way, they could just picked up the phone and talk to me. I could show you.
So I got a little thing to the internet's a little crazy. So let me know if I'm in and out. There's a storm yesterday. So let me know if I'm in and out.
Text body. If anybody felt any way, they could just picked up the phone and talk to me. I could show you text messages where niggas is ignoring me for a month and a half, bro.
Mav, give them niggas some of the money, yo. They right there in New York. Go ahead and break them niggas off for their hard work, and y'all go be a family again.
Fool me once, shame on you.
Mm-hmm.
Fool me twice. I'm not gonna allow anybody to put me in this position twice when I don't feel like I instigated any of it.
Daddy.
We go in there. Yeah, so he's not going to take any blame, as you see. He's going to dish out the blame and take none. All right. So now that's Joe Budden 2 years ago. What about Joe Budden now when he found out about the light thing, the light issue? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Wait, let's talk about that money first with his ex-employees. Okay, here we go. This is Essel right here. He got a channel bag fuel. All right, watch this.
Let me tell you how. I'm gonna just say. Hold on.
Now, keep in mind that this is how long? This is 2 years ago. So this is the time that the Joe Budden gave his analysis, and they heard about the money. So watch. So now they left the show. They're doing their own thing. Watch this.
Just say on the way on the west side. Let me tell you how. I'm gonna just hold on. I'm gonna just say it for what other people don't want to say. He signed the contract for money and he don't want to pay us. But go ahead. How about this? I watched Essel.
So there you go. He just said it. So those are his ex-employees, him and Essel. And he just said, "Yo, I'm just gonna say what nobody wants to say. He signed a contract for money. He doesn't want to pay us, and that's why Joe Budden kept saying, "Yo, pay them." You know, because I believe Joe Budden got the receipts, right? I think he got the receipts either from these guys themselves or he got some receipts. That's why he's that confident to say, "Hey, pay them," right? He knows that these guys were due some money, right? And let me throw this over here. Yes, I gotta keep switching. All right. Because everything is on the other side. Let me get this right. One more again. Boom. No, I probably need one more again. Okay, there we go. Because everything's over here. Okay, so let me see.
Said, Smitty, shit right with Matt. We're literally on the West Side Highway. We about to go to the dinner. I'm it. No, he ain't showing up.
He trying to take it somewhere else when his boy trying to keep it real.
$10. Cash.
You would say what on the tape?
No, they just told us that he's not coming.
Who's they?
Mecca.
Mecca
was trying to
get
us
on the
all
show
together.
All right, now let me show you who Mecca is. Mecca's part of the show. Now I'm gonna give you Mecca response on the Fat Joe thing, right? So you heard from his ex business partners, his ex employees on Math got money. He didn't want to give us 1 cent, right? These are people who helped his show grow. These are guys who are more known in the industry, right? So Esso is really known in the industry. A lot of the early guests, the celebrities that came on Math Hoffa, from what I know, they came by way of Esso. It wasn't because Math Hoffa was known. He's a battle rapper. Nobody knows this guy. Okay, Esso was on there, and Esso got celebrities on there because he worked in the music industry. Like he actually did that for real, and worked with known artists, well-known artists. So, so let me do this first. So let me find you what Mecca. Who's Mecca? Mecca is he looks like the bomber clock on the show. All right. With the dreadlocks that look crazy because sometimes they're like super long.
I don't want to entertain this.
And sometimes he all right. So I hope the music doesn't play.
Talk. Joe said what he said. He said how he feels. We're doing like a level of journalism here. The goal is to be objective. And we don't, no journalist can remain 100% objective. We're all humans, we all got feelings. Some issues hit harder than others. Fat Joe is allowed to have his feelings.
All right, so that's his response to Fat Joe's.
I think depression is a luxury.
All right.
I don't want to entertain this talk.
If you look at the comments, you see I cooked them. I went in there and cooked them. But look, saying y'all all journalists is wild. Right. When he said that, I'm like, what? This goofy laugh when Fat Back Sloppy Joe said what he said. So Mecca goes so hard at Trap Lord Ross in every very subjective manner. Right. So your objectivity is gone. Tucked his tail like a coward. Bro, you a cornball. Unsubscribe. Say you're a coward without saying you're a coward. This is the most opinionated person on the Math Hoffa show, and he was quiet. Okay, that's not feelings only. He outright said black radical racist. So he got cooked. He got cooked. There's 100. Mecca is weak. Thanks. I just subscribed from the channel. Look, I could go anywhere. FBA is on his goddamn head. So they be acting like FBA, that's a weak group. Nobody knows them. Sure. Y'all get canceled from speaking engagements, right? Hosting things. You get canceled. You're doing podcasts in the dark for this lie they want to tell themselves that they believe from Nick Fuentes and other white supremacists. They want to believe like FBA influence doesn't matter. Like we can be straight up anti-FBA and we'll still be successful. Okay. Better get that flashlight. Better get that flashlight back out.
I think depression is a luxury.
All right. So now this is an updated Joe Budden finding out about the barbershop lights being off, and which is crazy. Like your show is canceled because of a light bill. That's why I say I think it's more financial trouble. People call him broke, but I say he's not broke. I just say he owes so much money to the IRS that he's basically broke because he got to eventually pay it, and he'll be broke. Yes. Okay, come on, man, rub it. Let me rub your tummy. Up. All right. So now let me play what Joe says now about Matt Hoffa. You heard 2 years ago. Here's an update.
Stop playing with me. I hear it creeping out of you. Leave me alone.
That wasn't even me trying to do that.
If you gonna do it, then do it. I'ma call and tease niggas. Yo, you got kicked out the barbershop?
Joe, that's not even what I was trying to do.
I'ma call and ask, because I ain't phony. Yo, your show is over. Let me know so I can cue Queen. I ain't gonna talk about him. Actually, I'll be back. Hold on.
Yo.
See, I want to do it on air. I don't play.
See, a nigga can't even bring something
I'm about
up.
to go call this nigga. I don't know if that's true. Is it true? Flip, it's true.
No comments. None of my
That's what he said. He spoke about it. In the clip, he spoke
It
about
better not be true. I'm a flame math.
Why?
It better not. I'm telling you, I'm a flame broil Burger King burger math.
He got a good
if
reason.
it's true.
He got a good reason.
I wouldn't give a He better still be in that barbershop by Friday.
Joe, you can't say that. If niggas is overcharging you for some bullshit, you can't.
He got 2 days to get back in the
Stop,
nigga.
bro.
When I slept walk, what? I'm playing with these niggas.
It took you to
when them niggas thought we was out here. What?
Nah, that shit was bad. Yeah.
Them niggas seen us in Park's basement. Man, he better be cool by Friday. I know that. I like math too, but he got to get it. I don't give what that means.
I didn't know Math talked about you.
Wait, who he talked about?
You said that he talked about you when you slept walk?
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just putting that on him. I don't know if he's there.
Boy, so he just using it now.
Yeah, Matt be having too much to say sometimes, so he better still be in that barbershop.
He's not in the barbershop, Joe.
He better. He got till Friday to be in there.
The lights are off in the barbershop, Joe. You can't do a show and there's no electricity. And he has a good reason to why he's not going back there. I just wanted to know if y'all watched it, if y'all saw it.
I saw.
He went in there and the lights was out?
All right, man. Never mind. I'm going to send you.
Joe was.
See, Joe on bullshit.
Yo. All right. I better not see a video of him going in there with the lights out. I swear to God. No, I want to laugh in niggas' face. I ain't going to do that behind nigga back. I'll be back.
I got it. So there you go. All right. So now I can update on bigger picture. All right. So now let's go back. Now it's going to make more sense. All right. Because remember, I thought this was I ain't know.
You big for nothing.
I ain't nobody sent me a updated video of Bigger speaking on the issue. I thought this was old. You gotta let me know. Hey, he just dropped this. Next time, like update me. Say, hey, this is updated. This is breaking news. Because I'm going to think y'all links are old. All right, here we go.
Bigger, you big for nothing. I'm big for nothing after 3.5 fucking years and nigga ain't touch you. I'm big for nothing, but a nigga never came and blew no shots in front of the fucking store when I was there.
Yeah, because for what I know, Bigger has a security team, right? He does security work. He got a security company, and like his security guards are armed and they're licensed to carry. Okay, so he had those armed, individuals watching the shop. They were out front, armed. Like, what person going to try something crazy with armed individuals? You dig? So I got a license to kill. So that's what Bigger Picture brought to Matt Hoffa. He burned his bridges with him and talked bad about him. So Bigger Picture took his security, security with him. All right, shit, you secure yourself. And now that's why he's saying, when I was there, nobody put hands on you, nobody bust at the shop. But now I'm no longer there. Look what's going on.
Oh, and do I need to rewind that?
Do you think
the landlord got you out of there because niggas is coming in front of your store busting shots? First Matt Hoffa Y'all want to know the truth?
That's the truth.
There go the truth.
He ain't racist.
Ain't no landlord racist. Ain't nobody keeping you there. You got niggas coming to the shop, blow, blow, blow in front of the shop, nigga.
Ain't no landlord racist. I said that first, right? But I ain't say it first, but I said it first to you guys in my assessment, in my humble opinion, I like assessment better. In my humble assessment, I said that yesterday. I said, bro, that landlord wasn't racist.
You got guests and your co-host running in the back on the floor, getting on the deck, running for sheer life, while Nick the gunman is at the door.
Oh my God.
Oh, this your, hey, Brooklyn, yo, Brooklyn, you are, bro. Yeah. Bro, I didn't know this was your channel. Yo, you gotta say that. Like, yo. All right, so this Brooklyn channel. So he got some journalist work. Let me subscribe. Yo, Brooklyn, you are wild, bro. You sent the link from your channel and don't let us know it's your channel. I just happened to look down.
Where y'all at, niggas? Bitch ass niggas, where y'all at? What the fuck that happened when I was there?
I was not there. I don't know nothing.
I didn't ask that. You did that happen when I was there.
No, that never happened.
Did you ever even feel anything like that could happen when I was there?
It'll be impossible. It would be impossible.
The death of my expert opinion. Do we need to go?
Hey, yo, he said, did you envy? Yo, that was some powerful words. He said, did you even feel like that can happen when I was there? Forget about did it happen or did it look like it? He said, did you even feel like that? Means that you guys felt comfortable and safe as hell when I was plugged into the show. That's pretty much what he just said.
Go further. That's what happened. You didn't know about business, but your man sitting next to your best friend.
I said that dude is dumb as hell to not know whose name is on the light bill. He doesn't know whose name is on a light bill. You gotta be an idiot for that. Okay, we're back.
The dude who loved you is a straight motherfucking business tycoon.
I told you, I said, yo, he had people around him who was in the business, who in the business, the industry, the music industry business, and he had folks who run a legitimate business, and he don't ask them for anything. No IRS, no CPA, no taxes, no security, no how to sign contracts, who name the light bill should be in. He asked them absolutely nothing because they want to feel like I don't owe anybody anything. People like Matt Hoffa have that attitude. I want to say I did it all by myself. Well, guess what? You definitely failed all by yourself. You brought your own shop down. So is this the same? Is this the same?
Bigger. You big for nothing.
Damn.
I'm big for nothing after
It's the same. Okay, so you gave me the YouTube version. All right, now. Let me see what the chat talking about. Yeah, bro, you gotta let us know. You gotta update us, man. All right, he said, yeah, we definitely got to see that. But bro, let us know that is your channel. This is breaking news. You dig? We need to know all of that. You got to be full transparent so you get the credit that's due to you. Okay. All right. So now let's go where we need to now. So now we're going to, so that's part of part two, because those videos I didn't have. So this is part two now. So you heard his crazy reasons why he's going to close the shop down with Vlad. It's because he's seen the fall early, obviously. Who sees the fall before the owner? In every business you ever worked for in your life, the owner seen the fall before anybody. So Mad Hoffa came with the excuses before the inevitable news got out. All right. Nah, bro. See, credit. Listen, bro. Let me tell you what credit does. So credit, okay. If I be like, yo, I got this link, right? I got this link. They're gonna say, well, where you get it from? So credit goes a long way because now I gotta tell them where I got it from, and they're gonna be like, well, whose channel was that? He might be a liar. You know, what's his credibility? He might have chopped and screwed it. And I wouldn't know it's your link. I wouldn't know it's your channel. So therefore, I couldn't credit you and say, nah. Bro, definitely gonna do that. So, yeah, credit, let me say this, credibility. The word credit is in credibility. So you need credit because you got to establish credibility. Every human being on this earth got to establish credibility, or we have a right not to take them serious. So yeah, so credit is everything, and credibility comes with credit. All right, so we get loans and favors based off how credible we are. All right. Anyway, I ain't gonna beat you up too much. Okay, so now let's go here. So not there. This is some boxing stuff. Let's go here. So I told you guys, I said this. I said this first. I said YouTube subscriptions is really nothing. Because you got a lot of people. Let me show you a clown. All right. Let me show you a clown. Because I watch a lot of sports. And I like to watch 1v1s. So now let me show you a clown. I can't see. Okay. Watch this. Right. I'm gonna show you a clown. Oh my God. This guy right here. So he has 87,000 subscribers.
All right, so
okay, so let me just show you what he does, which is so clownish. But of course, he's from now. Look, I'm not. I gotta say it. It is. I gotta point out that he's definitely. Look at this. I ain't even gonna say it. I'm just playing. That right there. Yo, why do? I'm trying to mute the guy. Yes. Okay, both of y'all, go that way. Go. You too, go that way. Okay. So now he does a live video, and look what he does. He put it like this. This is so clownish. It's like, dude, why are you putting your subscribers on your lives? And he does this every live. He shows, hey, we're growing, bro. It doesn't matter because it does not reflect in your live viewership. Look at this, 4,000 views, but he has almost 90,000 subscribers. That's embarrassing. I got videos that did 8,000 views, but only less than 2,000 subscribers. So somebody with 90,000 views, almost 100,000, that person should have at least, at minimum, 20,000 per video. At minimum, 20,000 per video. This guy with 90,000 subscribers is showing 4,000. This is total views in and out. This wasn't even his live viewership. Okay, so let me show you. Okay, so this video he didn't do his live viewership. Okay, so he picked and choose which. Let me back up. Let me show you this clown. I want to select the video where I know he did that. Here he is again. Hey, dude, what now? Look, he's at 85,000. What difference? 8,000 double. Like, this is no comments, really. So, what Hassan is going to explain to you is that subscriptions is really nothing. It's like showing a lot of money, right? that, hey, look at all this money I got, but that's probably going towards the big homie, or that's probably going towards the rent. It's like, dude, okay, you got a lot of subscribers, but it's not reflecting in your videos. And that's just weird for people to do that. So anyway, it's all about likes, right? It's all about likes. 400 likes is good for me. Not good for him. 85,000 subscribers. He needs about 10,000 likes. Okay, and that's why his video's not getting out. Nobody's watching it live, and nobody's liking it the way it needs to be liked. Okay, so now keep in mind he has 85,000 subscribers, right? And look at his trash numbers. Let's watch this. Okay, watch this. Now, Professor Truth got a little, like, okay, he got 50,000 more subscribers. Okay, fine. That's not crazy. But look at the difference. 98,000, 90,000. This is 1 year ago. 70,000. Like, dude, why do you care? And I just randomly did this. I had no idea how many subscribers Professor Truth had. But I'm just showing you, you want, like, that's not success. Success is like, you need to, I'm gonna find out what is a successful channel. How many views should you have based upon your subscription base? I'm gonna find out how to phrase that question correctly to AI so I can show you what I mean. I'm gonna ask right now. Okay, hold on. So, spell. I got to find out. Oh boy. Okay. I had to word it right the best I could. And I'm just going to read what it says, right? Okay. Y'all going to read with me, actually. Shit.
When a YouTube channel has 100,000 subscribers, live stream success is measured not by total subscribers, but by live engagement rates.
Told you.
Let's break this down clearly.
Subscriptions does not measure your
Successful live stream viewership for 100K subscribers. Typical success range. For 100K subs, a good or successful live stream typically gets live viewers at peak. What it means, add 300 to 500 viewers. Solid engagement, 0.3.5% of subs watching live. Very common.
And that's solid.
500 to 1,000 viewers. Strong stream. Good content or timing. Chat likely active. 1,000 to 2,500 viewers. Highly successful stream. Could be a hot topic, guest appearance, or good promotion. 2,500 to 5,000 plus viewers. Viral or heavily anticipated. Exceptional result for 100K subs. Often includes news, drama, or exclusive content. Rule of thumb, if you can get 1% of your subs to watch live, that's an excellent stream.
1%.
Low, not productive live streams for 100K subscribers. Live viewers at peak. Interpretation. 0 to 50 viewers. Something's off. Either content is weak, stream is unlisted, or audience isn't engaged. 50 to 100 viewers. Very low engagement for 100K subs. This is 0.1%. Poor title, thumbnail, or promotion. Viewers. Not a total fail, but still underperforming. Especially weak if it's a topic the audience should care about. Low numbers don't always mean failure. It depends on content type and goals. For example, niche teaching streams or test runs might not aim for big numbers. Other factors that affect live view count. 1, streaming at a bad hour equals fewer viewers. 2, promotion. No announcement equals nobody shows up. 3, topic quality. Boring topics tune out. 4, competition. Going live against major events, fewer views. 5, type of channel. Gaming, drama, news, higher live potential. Niche tutorials or lectures equals lower but more targeted engagement. Realistic expectations for 100K subs, category viewers, meaning viral, 2.5K plus, phenomenal stream, possible trending. Strong, 1K to 2.5K, excellent engagement. Good, 300 to 1K, very respectable.
He's around here.
100, 300, decent but could be better. Weak, 100, poor performance or niche focus. Want me to make a chart or visual breakdown of this so it's easier to share or explain in a video?
Okay, so I just want to show you guys that I didn't make it up. It's not about viewership. So when he's bragging about, hey man, look at the viewership, look at the, I'm sorry, it's not about subscriptions. Scratch that. It's not about subscriptions. So when people brag about how many subscribers they got, dude, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's like bragging about a car you bought, but it doesn't drive. But it's a Bentley, but it doesn't drive at all. It can't drive. It's done. It's over. But you're bragging about a Bentley in your, your driveway. You're taking pictures with it, but it doesn't drive. It was never. It was like a prototype. It was never intended to drive, but you're taking all type of photo ops with it. Okay, so I just want to show that, man. Like guys out here bragging about subscriptions, but it's not reflecting in viewership and their likes. So now, like we got the professional take. So here's Hassan Campbell breaking that down. Why Math Hoffa has 1 million subscribers and they're not showing up in viewership in his numbers.
Most of the people that watch YouTube watch it from their cell phone. When niggas get new cell phones and lose old numbers, they lose those accounts. So you be having dead accounts sitting there that they still subscribe to you, but they're not watching for those channels. So that's
I said something
partially some of the reason why
something similar, but my explanation was wrong. Was different, not wrong, but different. I said a lot of times people subscribe to you and they're no longer interested. Maybe same content somewhere else that's more engaging with them, more entertaining, and they just don't go back to unsubscribe. So I wish I can unsubscribe people, right? So what happens, they make your channel look big. You have all these subscriptions, but it does not reflect during your live streams.
If those accounts, so you be having dead accounts sitting there that they still subscribe to you, but they're not watching for those channels. So that's partially some of the reason why if you don't get new subscribers, your channel will be falling off. Then it'll look like newer dudes on YouTube is getting similar numbers to you because they're newer, so they got newer subscribers.
Right.
But when you have older subscribers, right? Older subscribers, they don't have those phones anymore. They're not logging in from those phones anymore. So now you have to find a way to keep your channel growing. Or you have 1 million subscribers, but you really ain't got no subscribers no more. It just look like you still got 1 million subscribers because now you got a bunch of dead accounts.
Right.
That's one. Two, when you have a hardcore fan base like me, you'll never.
Now, yeah, listen, one thing about this guy, Hassan Campbell, he knows this internet stuff, this YouTube, he knows this stuff. He found niche, he found how to get around the shadow bans. Like this guy right here, like when people sell, hey, I got this package to, help your channel grow. He's probably one of the only people I actually pay to help my channel grow. Because I watched this guy go from zero to a hero. I watched him. He had no celebrity help. He had no celebrity name. He started like us, like Brooklyn. He started like us. Just regular guys showing up on other people's platforms and then starting your own platform from scratch and then growing to 490,000 subscribers. And he got 59,000 views. Okay. And, he watch this.
Fall off. A hardcore fan base like me, you'll never fall off. See, the people who don't come see me for the people that's on Math Hoffa stage. Heal up, wheel up, bring it back. This is what I taught other YouTubers. Brothers like Harlem Legend, a bunch of other brothers. I always told them, stop having people come on your platform for other people, because when you can't produce other people, your platform is going to fall off. So what Matt?
That's 100% correct. And that's what Joe Budden found out, either indirectly, directly, but him and DJ Academics, when they split, they found out, people like me more than people like my content with just myself on there as much or more than the actual guest. To remember, when people were going live, people thought, or starting podcasts, people thought it was all about guests. Like, we got to have guests, and which is true. You have guests, your channel going to grow. But like he said, without those guests, those entertaining guests, or those guests that bring a following with them, your channel's only popping because that person is there. But what happens when they're not there? And that's what Math Hoffa is finding out. Okay, he's finding out that now his guests, it goes from somebody like, let's say, the Locks to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Like, dude, stop. So it's fluctuating. And he got to have Fat Joe in there. How you go from Fat Joe to this no-name rapper, this battle rapper? So people are going to be engaged with him based upon who's on the show. So he's actually right. So it's better to build your brand with your face and then invite people on. And that just be a plus, right? So you expect it to spike. So at that point, you expect, let's say, okay, he got 50, let's say he got 60,000 views on his one video in one day. So he can, and my internet is unstable, so he can expect about every video he throw out there, he'll get 60,000 views, right? Okay. So now he can also expect that to rise, not go down when he has a guest or when he talks about a trending topic. It's probably going to spike double or, significantly higher. But he has a base to say, okay, and look at the engagement. You want people also commenting. You don't want to have some content and it seems good, the viewership is good, but nobody's commenting. See, this is called engagement. You need people to engage what you said, right? You need the comments to go hard. That's why you see me, I comment, even in videos and channels I don't like, I still comment.
Math has to do is, Math has to start being more active, doing more one-on-ones where he's the star of his own platform to fill in between times. Now,
which he's doing now, but that's not by his own doing. He's forced to do that because he's in the dark.
Now, let me teach y'all little niggas something, right? If you used to get 100,000 views a day like me on every video, and you see YouTube giving you 15, 25, 30, 60, 70,000, if you look at all the big content creators, right, a lot of them their numbers are falling bad. That's not due to their channels falling off. That's due to the notifications not being sent out, and our numbers is purposely, YouTube is purposely putting niggas on punishment. But if you notice,
like myself, I'm shadow banned, and it's some of my fault. It is some of my fault. That's why I got a backup channel I'm trying to get you guys to subscribe to. You dig? So I can start from zero, because even this channel, I got 1,800 subscribers, but most of them were here before it had a different name. It's FBA Defense Unit now. So most of my subscription is not FBA Unit, folks. For example, if I can give y'all a number, I would say I really only got about 400 subscribers. That's here for FBA content. The other 1,400 folks are here for other things I talked about years ago. So that's why I need you guys to subscribe to my backup channel so my live viewership numbers can reflect. So right now, it's saying 20, it's saying 30, it's saying 40. And that does not look good for 1,800 subscribers, you dig? But if it was to show my true subscription for people who come for content like this, it'll have like 300 subscribers. So now, 300 subscribers, and I got 30 live viewers. That's great. You see the stats, the percentage. That's 10%. That's above the 1%. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I need you guys to subscribe to the backup channel so I can. And this one been flagged. This one been timed out, suspended, and it's currently being shadow banned. I know. So yeah, so that's why I need y'all to subscribe to the backup channel so I can go live there and the numbers be more reflective, right? So now I got 400 subscribers, 300 subscribers, but I got 50, 60 live viewers. Like, that's great numbers. The ratio is great, and therefore it'll help catapult the channel to where it needs to be. So with that being said, let me put that link in the chat of the channel I want you guys to subscribe to. Again, it has no flags. It's brand new. It's clean. It's not in trouble. It's not in trouble. It's a big fight tonight. Moose in this. But it's not in trouble by YouTube. It's not shadow banned. So it's this channel right here. I'm going to put it. It's 94 subscribers. Now, it's more people that's in tune with me than 94. So I want this channel to be at least 200 subscribers, because I know I got more that's here for FBA content. So it's called Defense for FBA. So I'm gonna put this link in the chat. It takes 1 second to subscribe. I will rather go live on this channel. The link I put in, I would rather go live. I think it's gonna look better. It'll get the credit it needs to. So now I got 100 subscribers, and I got 30 people live watching, 40 people live, 50. I got half my subscribers in tune. It's going to catapult the channel to somewhere else, and it's going to look great. And then you got the likes that's matching. You know what I mean? Trust me. So I haven't been going live on that one because when I tested out to go live, people not showing up the same way they show up here. So the links in the chat, click that link, and when that thing gets to about like 150, 200 subscribers, I'll start using that channel more often. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start playing like older content I did already on that channel, and maybe I go live there instead of here and see how it works. But I don't like to go live there, and I'm not getting the same support I get over here because I feel like the work, the research I put in is not being valued. right? So I don't mind coming here and getting 30 people, 20 people live, but I will mind getting 3 people live on that channel. Like, I feel like, let me go back to defensive unit, where the message can reach more people. So anyway, matter of fact, how about this? Where's that tether Kwame? Right, he's running his mouth in the chat not too long ago. So matter of fact, the next tether who challenged me, I'm gonna bring them to the backup channel. Well, the new channel, which is the backup channel, which is the link in the chat. I'm going to bring the new tethers on the new channel. Not new tethers, the regular tethers. I'm gonna bring them on a new channel and do it that way. So now it's like, hey, y'all want to hear this, back and forth with a foolish tether, y'all gotta come to the back, the new channel to watch this exclusive beatdown. All right. Anyway, so let's get back to the message, right? So let's get back to Hassan breaking this, how this stuff works.
I'm gonna give you an example, right? Shout out to Anton Daniel, right? I never really knew about Anton.
Yeah, I watched Anton Daniels too. I didn't even know. Okay, so Anton Daniels, I caught his channel by mistake because he had like FBA in the title, right? Or he was getting on immigrants or something like that, right? People hating on FBAs. So that's what caught my attention. So I watched his channel. It was good. He had like 2-3 videos of that. So I thought his channel was FBA. You did like solely dedicated to FBA, like Red Supreme and the other channels. I think Afro Elites. Like these guys are dedicated to FBA news like almost every day, like myself. So I'm thinking like it was an FBA channel, like Tariq, like Yvette, like who's Descendants of Slaves, Professor Truth, TBA. I'm thinking he has but no, like he does other content. He was just exposing tethers because he is FBA, so he was just contributing. So one day I see like another video of his. He went live and he's like in a casino. So I'm watching like, hey, well, I'm trying to tie the dots together to connect the dots. Because he was like, just doing his regular, daily life activities. So I'm like, oh, maybe this channel it is about something else, but he's FBA and sometimes he'll tap in. So when I see his videos, I'm like, oh, okay. So he doesn't like his content ain't, FBA centered, but he will touch on it. Cause I was kind of confused, but whatever. So that's how I got wind of him. It's because he dropped some FBA content. So I thought it was an FBA, centered channel, but it's not, but it's still cool. It's still a cool channel.
On like that. So one day he posted up a YouTube check. He got a check for $174,000 in a month. I said, what? Ooh, Scooby-Dooby-Doo? At the time, I was bigger than Anton. So I goes to his channel. And I looks at his channel. And that nigga, he made me proud of him. You know why? Because I seen Anton. You know how people be talking about, oh, YouTube only send out 3 notifications. This nigga Anton was putting out 20 videos a day. Any topic that he thought was a topic, that video was going out. Whether it did big numbers or little numbers. So then I looked at his numbers. Some videos he had 10,000 views. Some videos he had 50,000 views.
See, that's what I got to do, but I can't because of, I got a little active 3-year-old who ain't sitting no damn house letting me do content. Right now I'm getting away with it, but I got to end this soon and go outside with him, let him ride his bike and take a long walk somewhere so he get tired riding his bike. But yeah, so I wish I could do that as much, but no, can't. So that's why I just do long lives.
Some videos he had 100,000 views, but he had 20 of them. So now when you started adding the numbers up, remember 10,000 plus 10,000 plus 10,000, that's 30,000, my nigga. And then you keep adding those numbers up. So now you pushing out 500,000 views sometimes in one day. Because you putting out that many videos and the content is short and sweet. It's like when I told Mr. Let's Get to That. The little dirty, dusty nigga still on his grandmother's couch, counting my views, talking about how I'm falling off. But I'm the nigga I made you. Why would I play with? Told a nigga, stop going live. Stop going live. The lives is what got me where you at. No, the lives didn't get you where you was at. I got you where you was at. from being on my platform. So you developed a small amount of people, right? People are not going to watch your channel for the lives unless you have a steady base group. But after a while, your channel is going to fall off because no new people are going to come and say, hey, I'm going to watch this bozo for 3 hours. Why would they want to do that? Some people don't go to a movie because they like, yo, that movie is too long. I got to wait till I got time to watch that. So the pre-recorded is what's king on YouTube. Then when you get to levels like me and academics and some of the other brothers up here, and even still, some of these other YouTubers learned how to put bots on your channel to where that if you go live and you have...
Yeah, so actually 50,000 is actually great. Well, it's not great, but it's good because academics has 1 million subscribers as well, and he does the same numbers because Hack is about around a 60,000.
Have 20,000 people watching, they'll put a bot on your channel. Yeah, they know how to do that. The same way you could pay for views, you could pay to slow people channel down. That's what niggas been doing to me. And they brag about it too. So I don't go live no more at all. If I'm going to take my short numbers, I take my short numbers with my pre-recordeds because I'm not going to let people sit up there and sabotage my channel. Math Hoffa has to start being more active. As long as he got his channel, he can take his channel to any building. So as far as him not...
Is that what I said in my humble assessment? I said, bro, if you're that guy, it doesn't... And I gave examples of Tariq and this person, that person. I said, bro, if you're the guy, you could be in any setting. I mean, nobody's like caught on the shop. You could be in a straight office, bro. You could be in a laundromat, man, with a good setup, and people will tune in with you. Why does God believe he got to? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not making sense. You can easily just walk away from the shop and set up somewhere else. Like, why do you believe you need the shop? Some things the math isn't mathing.
Not being in that barbershop no more, that shit don't really mean nothing. Because a dope episode is a dope episode no matter where he's sitting at. That's my take on the situation with Mad Hoffa. I'm not here to sit up there.
That's it. All right, so now let's go. So again, subscribe to this channel right here. Yes. Let me be able to go live on this channel with the support I'm looking for. Let's get that channel popping. All right. And now I'm going to play this right here. Okay, so now I'm going to play this right here. Okay, so let's go here now. Doggy Dimes.
Now.
Wait, let me read any comments, any engagement I got to do. Yeah, I got to watch this right here. Professor Dave was cooking these guys. So I got to watch this later. All right. Yeah, I saw it on YouTube. What's the back right there? The link is in the chat. Right. Okay. So let me see. All right. Okay. So yes, it's a long live. I apologize.
You've been going through a lot of things in the past couple of years. I never jumped on the bandwagon to bash you. I watched. I scrolled through stuff and I turned it away because I don't really care. But I noticed a pattern of behavior that I've seen for myself, even when it comes to me. I've seen that behavior. And it's come my way sometimes. So, you put out there recently that you're losing the shop. Now, okay, you're losing the shop. So what? We didn't need to know why you was losing the shop.
At all.
What you do, you lose the shop, you get another set. You build a set.
Right.
You was getting money, you was getting these views. People rallied to get you to 1 million subscribers. They rallied. They went hard for you. You don't come before the people and say, it might be over.
That's right.
How could it be over if you got 1 million subscribers? How could it be over? If you really love what you're doing, it's never over. You just regroup. You fall, you get back up. You don't come before the people and tell the people who've been supporting you it might be over. What do you expect them to do? How could you have a defeatist attitude if you're a winner? It's your fault.
Exactly.
Nobody care about your phone bill. Nobody care about your light bill, your gas bill.
The
It's
light
your
bill.
fault.
This dude, yeah, it's your fault.
Rumor had it that you own the shop.
It's Garvey's fault. It's Umar's fault. It's Matt's fault. It's y'all fault by y'all our failures, man. Nobody else's fault. And they all point the finger. Marcus Garvey. Yo, the folks who I hired, the folks who are members, they sabotage. Shut up. Umar. Hey man, the city won't permit this. They want this done. Shut up. And Matt Hoffa is blaming a light bill why he's a failure.
I'm to find out you ain't own it.
Right.
So sometimes if you stop capping and be honest with yourself, because the first person you lie to is yourself.
Right.
So
and
if you want to tell the world
in the chat, let us know he smelled cap. Like the dude just like Doggy Diamond is pinpointing the situation. Like, dude, and I said, dude, he won't ask the other SO and bigger picture and whoever else, he won't tell them how he got the shop on some underhand stuff. He won't be honest, and because he don't want them to expose him, I guess, or seem like he's stupid. And then he don't want to ask about how to get out of it, like how to fix the situation and make it better. And he doesn't want to ask them any expertise, right? Any expert opinions. The only expert opinion he wants is his own, but he's not an expert. Those guys are. He's not. So your expert opinion can sometimes come from other expert opinions, and you just borrowing it and regurgitating. Nothing wrong with that. Still an expert opinion.
Girl, you own this, and then you have a problem with it. How could you have a problem with what you own?
Right.
It's your fault. Now, when you went on the Queen's Flip show, you did the interview with Queen's Flip. You left with two things. You left with his executive producer and his assistant. His assistant became your wife. Salute to y'all and y'all relationship. You didn't take accountability of hollering that Space Ghost to take him from Queen's Flip. You didn't say, yo, this is what I think. It's just what it is. Everybody just got to deal with whatever behavior you put up.
Right.
Everybody got to deal with it. And for people who want to know me and his history, let me tell you me and his history. Matter of fact, let me show you me and his history. Because the dude can never say I never supported him and never stood with him. So what I did was
this part's boring.
I went to team.
I'm gonna say y'all skip past it.
Was on the phone hollering. I know I was the topic of conversation. You never said to him, yo, that's my brother. I rock with you. Don't use my name against him. You never did that. You sat back like you didn't know what was going on.
So basically, Doggy Diamonds and Math Hoffa had a relationship going back like a decade. But Math Hoffa let somebody on his show, my expert opinion, and he let somebody drag Doggy Diamonds, and he didn't check them. Like he didn't check Fat Joe for dragging us. He didn't check somebody from dogging out Doggy Diamonds. And this guy who's dogging out Doggy Diamonds, Math Hoffa barely knows this guy. But he has over a decade years of history with Doggy Diamonds, and that's what he's talking about. Like, dude, you didn't even check him. You just let that guy get, just go in. Green light.
When somebody asked you, yo, how come you never had Doggy Diamonds on my expert opinion? What did you tell him? Because he interviews somebody I don't like. Who are you to determine who I get to interview? Because the only person I could have interviewed that you didn't like was Charleston White. Now, let me let you in on a little bird. First of all, you don't dictate my bottom line of who I interview, because if you really, really think about it, I'm the one who helped you with my expert opinion. Right or wrong? You going to tell the people or not? I didn't help you? When you got accused of what you was accused of, did I not help you? Didn't you owe me 52 shows? And I said, yo, it wasn't working.
So what he's saying is that Math Hoffa got accused of R. Kelly and somebody. Okay. And So that's there in his background, right? Kind of like Charlemagne. So that's there in his background. So he.
And the business wasn't working, and you said, bro, let me go, but didn't you sign a contract with me? Didn't you sign a contract with me? And you said, bro, it's not working. Yo, let me do my thing. I let you out of your paperwork, right or wrong. Didn't I let you out of your paperwork? You gonna tell the people, you gonna keep it real. But when you sitting there conspiring with this dude who eventually turned on you, when I've known you for 20 years over somebody you just met, I just find it funny. You owe me 52 shows. Let you go. I'm not in the business of keeping nobody that don't want to be kept. Let you go. Let him go. Let him go. He don't want to be here. Let him go. You end up doing well. I'm happy for you. What was your first few episodes about? Industry stuff, right? Industry, Illuminati, backdoor, to where Nims had to say, this sound like some Doggy Diamond shit. Right or wrong? Nice shade you wear too. Wonder where you get that from. The first few episodes you did, what was it about? When you wasn't interviewing battle rappers, you wasn't doing no industry, behind the scenes, fake alley Vegas shit. You wasn't doing that? Nims had to say, this sound like some Doggy Diamond shit. Right or wrong? I saw that. Still supported you. But you said to somebody, you don't mess with me because I interviewed somebody you don't like. And if you're talking about Charleston White, that interview I did with him, he was signed to me when you was. That was a re-upload. I could show you the original upload, and then I re-uploaded it. In that interview.
So the dude, he's mad at a re-upload.
Interview with Charleston White, he did not mention your name. I would never let nobody talk about my homies.
All right, let me fast forward a little bit.
And if you're talking about Charleston White, when I was beefing with Vlad, who was like this on Vlad's couch?
Adjusting his coat over and over and over.
I never held that against you. So how dare you say who I could and who I shouldn't be interviewing because I interview somebody you don't like. But when nobody was fucking with you, when nobody was interviewing you, did I not always bring you to DTF? The first time I was on camera with you, when I was 300 pounds, I never was even on my own camera, but I was with you.
Uh-oh.
Because I always looked at you like a friend. That was my man. But you don't like to be held accountable for shit. You make excuses for everything. You talking to this dude on the phone, and y'all was all buddy, and me and him going through what we going through, that don't even count. But I was surprised that you didn't say, yo, that's my bro. Do not use me against him. Don't be saying, yo, he the new interview guy. Yo, get him out of here and all that. You shouldn't have did that. You should have said, yo, don't use my name. When you was accused of one of the most heinous things that a man could get accused of, I stood with you publicly. How many people turn their back on you? Did I ever do that? I'm not doing it now. But I'm just saying, you don't like to be held accountable for nothing. You always got an excuse.
Yes, sir.
Heineken and SO bounce. Misfit is gone. Knowledge is gone. Where was NYB at when nobody was fucking with you? I didn't see Cortez there. I didn't see D Chambers there. I didn't see a lot of people there, but I was there. Because I looked at you, Brooklyn Love. I was there. So how dare you whisper behind my back? How dare you whisper about me? But once again, me always sticking my nose out for
a little further.
None of y'all niggas would be
about that shot.
That makes sense to you? Don't make no sense. A lot of shit you say don't make no sense.
What are you talking about?
Business done. Because I believed in you. Everybody are the one why there's no that was hungry. A grown-ass man saying he hungry, so that's why he punched somebody.
Right.
That makes sense to you?
He punched somebody because
Don't
he's
make
hungry.
no sense. A lot of shit you say
Dude is
don't
a
make
nut,
no
yo.
sense. I got into beef with Taxstone because of you interviewing you. But you know what? It still was my fault because I interviewed you and nobody can't tell me who I could interview. But I was willing to take that. Math, my man. Every time somebody did something to you and attacked me,
Okay, that's go further. Come on.
all on my timeline, and I never been on yours. Not one talk all the time. Then the minute you have a falling out, dude put all your business or what he thought was your business out there to decimate and take your brand down. I didn't do that. I never did that. I never did pipe the sister. Wasn't that your man? So who's your man? Who you?
Right.
So no interviews I did since then till now. I don't know if Cortez never told you. I don't know if D Chambers ever told you. I don't know there and say it's over with a question mark. And then you doing a reaction to your own video. Doing that,
Somebody said that in the chat.
doing a reaction to your video. You come before the people and say, yo, look, I need to change my set.
I'm going to go back. Yeah, he did. Yeah, somebody
Some
said
of us
that.
got a little extra business.
Somebody said that in the chat.
You know why? Because like I said, you've never shared anything I did. Ever. Ever. Since I've known you. That didn't involve you. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen who's tuning in, the show says Math Hoffa's, my expert opinion. It don't say Math Hoffa, our expert opinion. It says my.
Right.
My
Yeah.
is singular. Our
yeah.
is plural. It's about your expert opinion. What does that
yeah.
mean? That means you're the boss. That means no matter what happens,
Talk about it.
it's your fault.
Your fault.
Sounds like you supposed to always take accountability, and you don't.
You ain't gonna do that.
You don't. And nobody tells you that.
They want to be bosses, but they don't
And we
want
wouldn't
bosses.
known this if you didn't put it out there, right? We would have just said, yo, he moved the shop.
Right.
He did something different. He went somewhere else. He got another set. That's
why would you expose yourself and then do a reaction on yourself?
it. But you decided to come publicly and tell everybody your business. So now when we make your business content, and then some of us got a little extra business with you, you open the door for that. So all I'm gonna say to you is regroup. You're gonna bounce back. It's easy. If you love it, you're gonna bounce back. But don't go before people saying it's over.
Right.
So what the hell they subscribe to you for if you're gonna leave them?
This dude.
That's clout
He's
chasing.
retiring.
You go there and say it's over with a question mark, and then you doing a reaction to your own video. What are you doing that for? Doing a reaction to your video? You come before the people and say, yo, look, I need to change my set. Financial reasons, different things is happening. Stay tuned.
Or
Thank
just trying to
y'all
move
for y'all
on.
support. You don't come complaining, claiming racism and all that. You wasn't racist when you was dancing around with them small hats, right? I mean, be honest. Why you took that video down?
Uh-oh.
So again, you hold yourself accountable. You say I'm the boss. I'm going to fix this because What is everybody that's around you? Everybody that's around you, how they supposed to look at you?
Like a coward.
How they supposed to look at you? If you say, hey, we losing the shop, how? Well, when people believed in you, you got 1 million people that believed in you.
That's out.
They rally for you. They rally for you. They believe in you. You letting all them people down? You letting 1 million people down? Talking about it's over? If it ain't over, then why you saying that? I don't want your shit to be over. I know you selfish as hell and self-centered and you don't care about nobody, but I don't want you to be over. I don't wish that on you. But if you love it the way I love it, whether it's 1,000 people in here, 2,000 people, or 4, you're going to put on for this culture. Because this is a culture that I helped build, that you got in by default. And I'd be damned if I let people like you come vulture the culture of interviewing, of media, and do it for the money. And then when you can't make certain money off it, now you ready to go. It's over. How? You let all them people down? You let all them people that rally behind you, all the people who give you super chats, donations, the members, you let all of them down? That's what you doing? You just going to take the ball and go home? You quit? And I bust my ass going through all of this, fighting all of this shit that I fight for people like you to just come sit in a seat and use your little celebrity and get this and get that? You think I'm cool with that? You think that look cool to me? You got 1 million. You got 1 million. And I seen people working hard for you. And I think you was putting out great content. So you getting that M, that's what's up. But then now you ready to leave. It's over. You putting question marks on the video, reacting to your own video.
Right.
With ad-libs.
And yo, why he can't look? He said he want to pursue this. This is what he means by taking his ball and going home. Okay, you want to leave the podcast, you claim, which none of us believe. But you're telling Vlad and you're trying to get clicks, right? About you're going to retire. So why your crew can't just run it as you do your podcast, as you do your rap career? Why did you can't keep it going? Then every so often you pull back up, when you got time, and you know it's still your business. Why would you say I'm going to rap and I'm just going to close it down? Nobody going to eat. Like that's what that means by you taking your ball to go home. Nobody can play. Hey, Math, come eat dinner, and you'll be out to play again. All right, folks. Hey, JJ, hope keep balling. If I leave early, take the ball with you. Let me know. I'll come in your house and pick it up. Math, come eat, supper time. You take the ball and leave. All right, everybody go home and eat. Like that's what he's doing. He want to close the shop because he claimed he's bored with it. But people sacrifice what Dog is kind of hinting to. People, or just simply applying, people dedicated time and energy and money to grow his podcast, and they believe they got stake in it. Hey, man, you want to do your rap career? Go ahead. Let us keep the podcast going. Let us interview in the dark. You dig? All right.
I've been in this culture 20 years. I ain't got 1 million. I ain't got 1 million. Shit, so you did your thing. Salute. But you ready to leave now. It's over. The haters. How could you call people a hater with the information you put out there? What you think people supposed to say? Oh, it's over for you. No, ain't nobody hating. You hated on yourself because you're not accountable. We didn't need to know none of that, bro.
Exactly what I said, man.
We didn't need to know none of that. That's a boss decision.
The dude put a grenade in his own.
Any endeavors I've been through, that I left, that I did thing, I never came to the people and said, this is what's going on. What are they supposed to say?
Yeah, again, that's why I say he's an insecure
All
dude.
I do is keep it moving.
He want to present himself as the alpha male, but the dude is insecure as hell.
Keep putting on for the people because that is what's important.
Let me expose myself before my cast exposed me. See, this is what happens when you don't keep
That's the most important thing. This culture.
This is what happens when you don't keep a solid crew around you. You believe at any given time they'll expose you for your own clout. So he got people. Go there, go. Here you go. Ring person going there. Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead. Get the apples. Go sit down. Go. Yeah, you dropped it, you broke it. All right.
Sure. Giving these people this good content and doing right by your people. How could you hug somebody and say your brother and don't do right by them? You sleep good at night? I mean, shit, I know we Brooklyn niggas, we grimy. But you know what grimy gets you after a while. You got to deal with the universal law.
Broke, dead, or
when
in
you
jail.
don't take accountability, the universe starts universing sometimes, and the shit just don't start going good for you. It's just what it is. So the first time I done been demonetized, I done been at CBS, I done been at Play It, I done had Forbes, I done had people, I done had partners. You know what I do? Listen, I gotta keep it moving. Everything ain't gonna work. I don't have to bash nobody, down nobody, but what I'm not gonna do is let them down in that chat. I'm never gonna look like a clown, a bozo. I'm never gonna do this for money. I'm never gonna do none of that. I'm never gonna do nothing that my grandmother can't watch me and say that's my grandson. Ever. I didn't know I could make money from this. I didn't know. But I've jumped through all those hoops. I showed you how to get money in this. Say I'm lying. That because I didn't want nobody calling you no names. I didn't want you to go down. I didn't want that to happen to you. Not my brother.
All right. So he just, speaking on personal stuff, so I'm going to fall back and wait for more information I'll report on, but I think that's it for now, right? We got him exposing his own business, exposing himself. We got him doing reactions on his own videos. We got him lying. We got him just being a fool. Okay. Some tether shit. And what more can we say? All right. So I gotta go take this little kid outside. You're gonna drive me nuts. All right. And I'll be back. Hopefully he'll be tired and I can come back 5 o'clock and be on some other stuff, unless there's some more updated news on this clown. All right. So, but that's all we got for now.